I don't think people do actually want to go out. I mean, there was this survey that said, survey says, one moment, 90% of, they're calling it Super Saturday, you know, like it's a Marvel Comics hero. This looks like a job for Super Saturday. Boris Johnson has declared that England's pubs can open from 6 a.m. in the morning.
What?
Why? In the morning? Who goes to a pub at 6 in the morning? Actually, I think there is evidence that Boris Johnson has already been to the pub.
Contact tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Do you want another go at it?
Contact tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah. If in doubt, just say.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Boris Johnson's declared that England's pubs can open from 6 a.m. tomorrow, just hours after he pleaded with millions of drinkers to be sensible on Super Saturday. You know, if he stopped calling it things like Super Saturday, it might help. Also, if they didn't open on a Saturday, but, you know, I suppose the government knows what it's doing. The Prime Minister, that's never going to sound normal. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister. It's as likely as Donald Trump being the president.
A president? Can you believe it?
No, we're still stunned, Donny. It does sound like I'm up a mountain in Scotland, doesn't it? The Prime Minister said that he wanted people to use the loosening of lockdown in England tomorrow to enjoy summer, and has now ruled that alcohol can be served across the country from just after dawn. Why? Why just after dawn? 6 in the morning? Who on earth wants to go drinking at 6 o'clock in the morning? Unless you just returned on an international flight. Or you're on an international flight. Mr. Johnson's spokesperson claimed this afternoon that the 6 a.m. opening times for pubs and bars was to avoid landlords opening a few hours earlier at 12:01 a.m. and then holding all-night parties. Wouldn't that just be flat-out illegal? I mean, what pub can open all night? I mean, clubs maybe, but they stop serving booze at 3, don't they? I mean, it's a good long while since I went to do the disco dancing. But they used to shut the bar at 3. I remember that. I mean, kids aren't drinking alcohol these days anyway, are they? I think they're on horse tranquilizer or that stuff that comes in those little silver bottles. Dentist's anaesthetic, isn't it? I'm on about 10 bottles of medical narcotics a day now, man, but I can handle it. I just haven't got any teeth at the moment, that's all. Critics have said the 6 a.m. opening time gives mixed messages about excess drinking, but to criticise the government is akin to a treasonous behaviour. Mixed messages. Yeah, it's almost as though the mixed messages are actually a deliberate ploy to pin the blame on stupid people when the virus spikes, as it is bound to do. I mean, would anybody, carrying on the theme from the last hour, would anybody like to put a bet on the virus spiking after the pubs and restaurants throw their doors open? Of course it will. The Prime Minister insists that the success of the move is down to whether people act responsibly. Well, shall I preempt the newspaper coverage and say that they won't? I mean, has he met us? Of course we're not going to behave responsibly. We're British, damn it. Behaving responsibly is not our thing. Getting bloated and going completely insane is our thing. I don't know why I went into Scottish there. I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
I screwed up. I'm very sorry. You'd think that it would be cold in here, because, I mean, the sound of that wind whistling through the glen, I mean, it sounds as though it'd be absolutely blooming freezing, but it's pleasantly warm. Thanks for asking. The Prime Minister insists that the success of this move is down to whether people act responsibly. And I think that the Daily Mail, the Mail Online, is already has reserved half of the internet to put pictures of us not behaving responsibly first thing Sunday morning. They're clearing out all of those puppy dog and pussycat videos because there's just going to be so many pictures of us not behaving responsibly.
Booze.
A poll by ITV's Good Morning Britain. Isn't that the one with that shouty bloke on it? Who is in the news every single day. How is he doing that, by the way? Piers Morgan. Has he got a deal with the Mail and the Express and the Sun? And I don't think he's much in the Guardian, but that's about it. It's like every breath he takes is newsworthy. A poll by ITV's Good Morning Britain showed that nearly 90% of voters are dubbing tomorrow Stupid Saturday instead of Super Saturday. 90%. Wow, that's almost 8 out of 10. Can you believe that? Stupid Saturday. Michael in Ipswich says, Nick, where's all our hair going to end up? Landfill? Yeah, I wondered about that too. Where does all the hair go? Can you imagine the mountain of hair that's going to be created this week? I mean, people are going to be queuing up outside their hairdresser of choice. The queue's going to be to the moon and back. I mean, look at the state of me, for instance. I've decided not to go immediately because it's just going to be a nightmare out there. I mean, you don't want your hair, your precious hair, to be titified. Is that the right word? I don't really care. To be mucked about with by somebody who's tired, do you? I mean, they might jab you in your ear hole with the pointy end of a scissor for a start, and you want them to be, refreshed and fully in control of what it is that they're doing. You don't want them like asleep on their feet, having cut the hair of 50 people before you. So I'm going to give it about a week. And, of course, at the end of that week, the virus will, the rate of infection will have spiked and they'll all have to shut down again. Leslie tweets, I'm surprised that Boris is such a bad speaker, especially as he went to a private school. Really? Were his privates schooled? I think that the answer to that is definitely no. Somebody should have schooled his privates. I'm surprised that Boris is such a bad speaker, especially as he went to private school such as Eton. Well, not such as. Eton. May need to take some lessons from Keir Starmer, who is an excellent speaker and also gives good hair. Where does Keir Starmer get his hair titified, by the way? How's he managing that? I've noticed that the people I don't really watch the TV news that much, but I catch it every now and again, because it's just so depressing. But I catch it every now and again, and I don't think the weather people on the news, particularly noticeable the weather people, I don't think they've had their hair done. Now, that seemed like a deliberate ploy on behalf of the TV companies to kid on that, they're just like us, that they don't have access to special arrangements. Pfft, rubbish. They're television people. Of course they do. They're in a studio. There's no end of makeup people and hair wranglers and all of the rest of it. So why do they all look like cat weasel? I mean, I don't wish to be non-PC, but walking down the street these days, it's difficult to know which person's a tramp and which is a banker. Very, very difficult to distinguish between one and the other. That's not an offensive thing to say, is it?
Yes.
Paul in Coventry says, I don't know about other pub chains, but Wetherspoon's pubs have been opening at 6 a.m, offering breakfast. There's so much I could say about that. And I'm going to restrain myself. Can you believe it?
No.
No, I'm surprising myself.
Your call is important to us.
Yes, David, in Croydon, your call is important to me, as hard as that might be to believe.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Now, I had a thought. From tomorrow, you can go to pubs, you can go to restaurants, you can take your kids to the theme park or the zoos.
Yes.
But you can't seem to visit your GP surgery. I think someone's got that a bit wrong.
You can't visit your GP's surgery?
No, well, our GP surgery, I live in the Croydon area.
Yeah.
You can't, they're all disappeared. You can't, there's emergency doctors on which will give you telephone calls when they're free.
Yeah.
You can't go and visit the GP surgery. I didn't know if anyone else has had the same problem.
But
I didn't know when.
Right, how do you get to see your GP then?
You can't.
You can't.
No, they might. Well, our GP might do a video call.
Yeah.
With me, my blood sugar is dropping down quite a lot, which is good because it's good to have low blood sugar and high blood sugar because I'm diabetic.
Oh, yeah.
But they won't. I'm waiting to get blood sticks, and they say you're not allowed to have any. And I say, well, I can't see a doctor. What am I supposed to do?
What's a blood stick?
Yeah.
What's a blood stick?
You test your blood sugar levels with a little blood machine. You put some blood on it, and
Right.
it tells you your sugar levels.
Okay, it's not a stick of blood.
No. You put a bit of blood on it, and it tells you.
Right.
So you can't see a doctor's surgery. Well, this is in the Croydon area. I don't know about other areas, but you can go to the pub. So it just seems a bit of a silly thing.
It's weird, isn't it? They're constantly harping on about protecting the NHS, but they seem to have switched the NHS off. I mean, I suppose that is one way of protecting it, just putting it in a box and closing the lid.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, people can be ill from other purposes, but COVID hopefully is a little bit at bay at the moment. But you can't be ill, and which is affecting your health generally when you can't go and visit a GP or people. I can understand some people not wanting to go to the hospital, but there is more to life than COVID-19, and I don't think the NHS seems to realise it, or whoever the powers to be that say all doctor surgeries, all doctors go home and not see patients, which is very, very odd. And I didn't know if anyone else has come across the same thing.
Well, that's just utterly bizarre. What's even more bizarre, or bizarre-er, is that you can't see a dentist and haven't been able to see one for about 4 months now.
Yeah, no, my dad's. Well, one of his teeth was loose. He's 81, and it actually came out. He can't get an appointment. He's waiting to have a filling. He's also waiting to have trigger finger injections, but he can't pick things up well. But you can't do that either. And that's why I'm saying that people have got their priorities a bit wrong. But you can go to the pub and get drunk. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, I suppose if you went to the pub, it would make you feel a little less bad about your various illnesses.
Yeah. The other thing, quickly.
Yes.
Is that what the councils, or Croydon Council, one road called Southbridge Road, which is in Croydon, they've put temporary lights up for the past month or two.
Oh, yes.
And I thought, what are you doing that for? Then I looked, and it's got due to social distancing on pavements.
What?
But they've actually got lots and lots of signage, which is blocking the pavements anyway for people to walk across. It's two pavements either side of the road. Yet they've got temporary lights there because of social distancing, which I don't understand.
Well, that makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year.
I know, it's just absolutely crazy. Don't forget the cyclists, put the signage up so people can't even walk onto the pavement they're meant to be walking on.
Right.
It's just, this is getting a bit of a joke, I think.
A bit of a joke, yeah. Well, like I said in the build-up to the programme, if you vote for a clown, don't expect anything other than a comedy. All right, well,
Exactly.
the best of luck, David, and I wish you good and great health. Thanks, mate. 0345 6060 973. So here's a list of the things that you can do and you can't do. What is and is not opening? Hotels, hostels, bed and breakfast accommodation, holiday apartments or homes, cottages, bungalows, campsites, caravan parks and boarding houses. All of those can open. Second homes, for those who've got the money. Places of worship. Libraries. Where the books are.
Boring.
Yes, community centres, restaurants, cafes and workplace canteens, bars and pubs.
Booze.
Bingo halls and cinemas.
Correct.
Theatres and concert halls. But, weirdly, no live performances are allowed. If you've ever been at the front of a theatre production, or worse, looking side-on a stage, the amount of... You don't really realise this when you're seeing a cinema or TV show. And neither do you realise it if you're sitting back from the stage in a theatre, but the amount of spit that actors create when they're enunciating clearly so that the people in the back can hear them is incredible. I mean, the front 3 rows must be absolutely soaking. So maybe that's part of the reason that theatres and concert halls can open, but you can't have a live performance. So what can you do? What can you do in a theatre and a concert hall if there's no live performances, they being places of live performances? I mean, they just turn them into a cinema. So cinemas can open, but theatres and concert halls can't. Museums and galleries can open, hair salons and barbers, outdoor playgrounds. Outdoor playgrounds were shut. Outdoor gyms. Fun fairs, theme parks, adventure parks and amusement arcades. Outdoor skating rinks. Are there any? At this time of year? Social clubs, model villages. Aquariums and indoor areas of zoos that were previously closed, such as reptile houses, where you'll find the ducks. So those can open. But these remain closed. Casinos, bowling alleys and indoor skating rinks. Now, why can you go to a place of worship but you can't go to a casino? Why can you go to a library but you can't go to a bowling alley? I mean, people aren't licking each other's face at a bowling alley. They've got their own blooming aisle for a start. Indoor skating rinks you cannot go to. Are there any? Indoor play areas, including soft play, whatever that is. Spas. Club cricket. Club cricket? What, is that indoor cricket? Is there such a thing as indoor cricket? I have absolutely zero interest in cricket. Club cricket. Well, you're nodding. What's club cricket then?
Oh, sorry.
No, he's not listening to me. He's nodding because he's in there listening to Capital Radio. I know it's exciting. We're trying to do a show here. I thought he was nodding at me. He's just nodding to the tunes. Anyway, there's a thing called club cricket, and you cannot do it because it's boring. It's too dangerously boring for human beings to take part in now. So says the government. Nail bars and beauty salons also must remain closed. That makes zero sense. How can you have somebody breathing over your face, your beautiful face, cutting your hair, but you can't have them literally at arm's length doing your nails? What sense does that make? Oh, there was a big to-do about the beauty industry. Boris Johnson sort of dismissed it as a bit of a joke. And the beauty industry said, offered him outside into the car park for a fight. I'll talk about that in a minute. But nail bars and beauty salons cannot open, which is... they're just making this stuff up. Well, it seems like on the flip of a coin. Massage, tattoo and piercing parlours. Well, that's more understandable, I suppose. Gyms, indoor sports facilities and dance studios. Well, think about the situation that we're in now. Pubs. Pubs can open tomorrow. Gyms cannot. What kind of message is that sending to the great British public? Swimming pools and water parks must remain closed. Indoor live performances are forbidden. And exhibition and conference centres also must not open. And, of course, most obviously, nightclubs. Can't open a nightclub, which is why the kids are dancing in fields. Just like it's just like 1988 all over again. Robin Great Yarmouth texts, so tomorrow I shall be going to a cafe for breakfast, getting drunk in the pub, having a meal in a restaurant, getting my hair cut, and then going to a theme park. Get it all in now, Rob, because it's bound to all get shut down again within the month. I betcha. I mean, that all-important, very famous R rate is already above over 1, apparently, which means that we're all in big trouble.
Warning!
And I think it's in London, isn't it? Still, London's not a big place and doesn't have very many people in it. Yeah, the R rate is over 1. I might as well deal with this now. Here's the bad news. Everything that is about to be eased will shortly be locked back down again. The Mirror states that new figures show that the R rate has risen above 1 in London, meaning cases of the deadly virus could be growing again. Well, not could be, is. R. Is R. It comes just hours after lockdown restrictions are eased in England, with pubs allowed to open again from 6 a.m. in the morning. In 4 other regions, the Midlands, the North East, Yorkshire, the South East and the South West, experts believe that the R rate could also be as high as 1. Wait, so London, the Midlands, the North East, Yorkshire, the South East and the South West. That's everywhere. Where does that not include in England? The South East, the South West, the Midlands, the North East and Yorkshire. Well, I suppose the North West. Wherever that is. If the R rate goes above 1, it means the number of COVID-19 cases is on the rise as each individual with the disease is infecting more than one other person. In order for the disease to be in retreat, the R rate needs to be below 1, but scientists fear a surge of new cases as restrictions are eased. But as these are experts in possession of facts, nobody is remotely interested in anything they have to say. Across the UK, the government says the estimated COVID-19 reproduction number is between 0.7 and 0.9. In other words, just a shade under the number 1. But across the UK, well, what does that mean? Are they including the Highlands of Scotland, where no one lives? I suggest that it is possible that they might be massaging the figures. And, of course, massaging is one of the things that you're not allowed to do. Not that that stops them. But, yeah, we get the rules, and they go ahead and break them, and then insist that we follow them. Welcome to the new boss, just the same as the old boss. Get the Who on the feet in East Yorkshire. Oh, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I am great, mate.
Good, good. You've distracted me from the main point a little bit when you read out your list of things that we can do, because it appears that Boris's dad has been to his second home and done a Scummings and sneaked through Bulgaria and into Greece to go to his second home.
Yes.
So they obviously think that rules apply to fools and for the guidance of wise men job again.
Exactly.
Again. But the main point was, did you pick up this morning that Boris said, I don't believe in gestures?
Yes.
It's being the man that drives a digger through a polystyrene wall,
yes,
gets photographed from a zip wire, makes a load of fuss about shaking the hands of COVID victims in hospital, which didn't end up too well. And, you know, what a gesture of loyalty and friendship to give your mates details out so that he can get beaten up. I mean, this man is just gesture all the way through.
You know, I've compiled a list of people who have experience of working with Boris Johnson, and it doesn't really paint a pretty picture. I might lay some of the what they've written on you as we go through this exciting and important show.
You could have done your Christmas A to Z on gestures from Boris.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Keep your ears peeled. Boris Johnson today made clear he would not take the knee with Black Lives Matter protesters, insisting that people should not be bullied into making gestures. The PM said he was focused on the substance of changing social attitudes and improving opportunities for ethnic minorities. Sure. The comments in a phone-in on this station with Nick Ferrari came after Dominic Raab said last month that he would not personally take the knee, a demonstration of support that has swept the world since the death of George Floyd in the US. The Foreign Secretary faced it was actually, Colin Kaepernick. I got it right. The American footballer. I think he's still locked out of of his industry, isn't he? I think that American football team owners still have not employed him. He's made himself unemployable, but now the whole world is doing what he used to do to make himself unemployable, and it's become virtue signalling. He said the foreign secretary faced the backlash after saying that it seemed a symbol of subjugation. I'm kind of missing the point. And the only two people he knelt for were the Queen and his wife. Oh, please. Pressed this morning on this station by Nick Ferrari on whether he would take the knee, Boris Johnson said, I don't believe in gestures, I believe in substance. Right, he's not a gesture-making kind of guy. You know, apart from clapping for the NHS and press-ups in his office and travelling by zip wire and crashing through a wall in a digger and holding up an Australian biscuit and that £350 million bus and boxing with "Get Brexit Done" written on his gloves and arriving late to a flood and doing a photo op of mopping and hiding in a fridge. Oh, no, that wasn't a gesture, was it? That was just running away. Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer posted pictures of himself taking the knee along with the deputy. Oh, that should be a pop quiz. Who's his deputy? Anybody? Anybody at all? No? Time's up. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Barnet. Hello, David.
Hi, hello.
David.
So I'm a GP, and your caller earlier said that unfortunately he thought his GP in Croydon, I think, was closed.
Yes.
And I'd like to say that GPs have not been closed at all. We've been working throughout. What people will find is that the doors of the surgeries might be closed so people can't just walk in, walk in traffic. And instead, everything is being done by telephone. And from that, we will then call the patients back, possibly organise prescriptions, which are now all going electronically direct to people's pharmacies. So you should be able to get his glucose sticks. And then, if need be, we can do video calls. And if the absolute requirement is there, then patients still can be physically seen. But that is a rare exception at the moment.
So if I was I was going to say customer, but if I was one of your patients and I called up in a state of great agitation and I wanted an appointment, approximately how long to the nearest month would it take to get to see you?
Pretty well, depending what time you call, but it would be the same day.
What?
So the other thing which came in was with the new GP contract of, I think, about August or September for online consultations, the government then imposed that and said they were going to keep it upon us for the 1st of May. So now patients can submit, for most practices, a electronic form which allows them to set out in greater detail their issues. It also then recognises, depending on the system being used, some of the words they're using to perhaps ask extra questions. So it would recognise if you say you've got knee pain, that knees come in twos, and therefore is it left, right or both. And patients can therefore give much more information. Now, we still may need to phone them back, but at least it allows us to see what their query is, pre-read through perhaps reports or orthopaedic letters that have come through, and actually start off running with the patient rather than sort of that moment of, let me just have a quick look through your past letters, which is always, not terribly inspiring that we know precisely every detail of every patient.
Now, can I just
patients would call back
right? Can I just bring you up on what you just said at the beginning of that I could see you the same day? Is that the case that you don't give appointments in the future? You only give them on the day. So I've got to call you at 8 in the morning. And then take any time that you give that day, and once those appointments are full up, then you got nothing. You're told to call back tomorrow at 8 in the morning.
So the online forms state that we'll try and get them back to them by the end of the same day if possible, but otherwise by the end of the next working day. So we have with this system, therefore, about 50% more appointments being set aside. Because some things will be truly very simple. Someone will say, a certain tablet didn't work, but a weaker tablet was actually very effective for them. Can we just have, the weaker tablets? And we'll say yes to that. And it doesn't need a full-length appointment time. And patients obviously spending a whole morning waiting around for us to be seen. So we can get through quite a lot of queries a lot quicker, providing patients give us enough information. Now, not everyone has telephone, so has internet access, or perhaps has the language to be able to use that. So they can still phone into our receptionist who will then take down some of the details. But if they can fill out the form online, then obviously they're able in their own time to give us much more information and much more sort of constructed, before we start. But by and large, we will call back every patient. And so, yes, it is more contacts. It's about 50% more contacts on some days. Obviously, some days it's sort of slightly quieter. But at the moment, we're working, seeing and dealing with more patient queries than we ever did pre-COVID.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But can you think of anything else that is important to people, that they couldn't make an appointment at some point in the future? They have to actually call on the day at 8. They have to be dialing the number over and over again. So although not everyone necessarily has internet access, their ability to get through to our receptionist is much easier, because now they might find there's just one or two people in front of them in the queue, as opposed to the other 20 who've now been able to fill out last night or early in the morning an online form.
and therefore it's much easier for people to get through by phone to our receptionist than it ever was before. Also, our receptionists aren't busy dealing with a large, long queue of patients waiting to pick up their prescriptions, because we've sent them all electronically to their pharmacists, and they can go directly there anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, you paint a pretty picture.
It's not a question of people,
but I think people's actual experience will be that they are in great pain or discomfort, and they have to wake up, be absolutely sure to have picked the phone up at 7:59 and 50 seconds, and be bashing that number in over and over and over again in order to be seen that day. And if they can't get one of the few appointments that day, then they have to repeat the process the next day. No?
And I'd agree that was a criticism and valid for the system as was, but at the present it could be 1 o'clock in the morning and someone decides to fill out an e-consult form for the next day, and we will process that the next day. And patients are phoning. I mean, obviously if you phone till 1 minute before we're going to close, we're not going to get back to you the same day, but they'll get booked in for the following day. So the need to be first in the queue to go and phone, okay, fine, you might be slightly higher up in the list and we might get back to you slightly earlier in the morning rather than towards lunchtime or the start of the afternoon session. But we're basically contacting everyone who's contacting us that same day, barring that sort of very late in the evening. We may find we're sort of putting those through as the first ones to be called back the next day.
Okay, all right, well, good to talk to you. Thanks a lot, David.
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I had the doctor on the phone. I feel lightheaded. I should have told him when I had him. Oh, well, I'll just have to put up with it. You know me, I never complain. This text says, if Boris ignored his own advice and nearly died, why is his dad ignoring his son's advice? You know, if I was of a conspiratorial bent, I might think that the government is trolling us. They are giving us instructions which chafe, and we are, by and large, obeying them. But then, every now and again, they'll say, well, let's make a big show of not following our own instructions, and let's just see what happens. How far can we push them before they go berserk? If I was of a conspiratorial mind, I might think that. Good job I'm not. Caroline texts, I kind of like the hermit life. The idea of going to a pub seems a bit weird now. Is it because it costs £5.50 a pint? Because that's always seemed weird to me. I mean, I know you get a template of how much things cost at a young age. But really, £5.50 for a pint of coloured water, that's ridiculous. 2 people having 2 pints each, which is not an unreasonable amount to have, booze, is £22. How can that be possible? You used to be able to get a holiday in Scarborough, a 3-piece suit, and a Hillman Imp for £20. You believe that?
No.
A lot of things seem a bit weird now. Like films. Like when you see films or television programmes, they're not socially distancing. Those actors are standing way too close to each other. And then, things go further, and you're screaming at the TV going, no, James Bond, don't kiss her. She could be riven with disease. You're on Her Majesty's business. Norfolk, hello, Alan.
Hi, Nick.
Alan.
Yeah, you just stolen a lot of my thunder there, actually. But let me go, as it were. Dominic Cummings and Boris Johnson, you have to assume they've got all the facts in front of them, so they've got their finger on the pulse, right? So Dominic, Dom, he goes off on his jollies, and Boris's dad goes off to Greece via Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? There's a few possible answers. One, they're selfish. But I favour the idea that they know the truth, in inverted commas, and the truth is that this coronavirus is just so overblown. And can I just set me stall out just very briefly? I've had the actual flu, proper flu, twice in my life, and it puts you in bed for 2 weeks and another 2 weeks to get over it. But every time we have a flu epidemic, the whole world doesn't shut down, right? But because they've overreacted and they can't be seen to say, "Oh, hang on, we've made a mistake here," they have to carry the life through. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because otherwise, they just are seen as the fakes that they are. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know about fakes, but they will be admitting their mistake if they then abandon everything that they had been telling us up to this point. This is an experiment we're going through now. The human race has never done this with a virus like this before. We've seen viruses before, but we've never done lockdown before. This is not an anomaly. I mean, Sweden, rather, is not the anomaly because they didn't shut down. Sweden is the normal. We are the anomaly. This is the first time we've ever done this. And you'd have to say it's not going very well, being as how we're about to face the worst recession for 300 years.
But they would rather that happen than stand up and say, oops, we got it wrong. They would rather do that because, they know better than us. And they've done the one thing that I've always believed is their most powerful tool, and that is fear. And that's what they've proven, that if you want to control the population, keep them in fear. And that is it.
Well, they've certainly succeeded in that. But the problem, as I've said over and over again, the problem with locking down is getting people to come back out again. And people aren't that keen to do that. I know I'm not.
Well, I ain't even, but not for the reasons of infection, etc. I'm just fed up with all this queuing and people jumping out of your way because you think you've got the bubonic plague. I'm not going to go around with a Darth Vader helmet and a bell ringing, unclean, unclean.
Yeah, you, by the way, I think you would look fantastic with the Darth Vader helmet on. Do you mind if I say that? All right, thanks a lot, Alan. 0345 6060 973. I know it's an unfashionable thing to say, but and I've said it before, so I'm just repeating myself now, but I think that this is the biggest overreaction to anything in history. I think Sweden got it right. I know there's been a lot of deaths in Sweden, but not as many as there's been here, and not as many as there's been in Brazil, and not as many as there's been in America. But, the fellow that's in charge over there knows a lot about the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
Can you believe that he's not a professional?
I'm not a doctor.
Really? Stunning. But he knows a lot about it.
I know nothing.
You don't say. 0345 6060 973. Of course, our experts here are in charge of contact tracing.
Contact tracing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I'm going to be playing that a lot. I mean, I know I've played it a lot already, and we're not even an hour in, but I shall continue to play it a lot. It may not be fair, but, there's what's fair got to do with it? Patrick in Guildford says, Bernie Eccleston's in the news again. It looks like there's hope for us all. Why is he in the news again? What, in the news, in addition to why he was in the news a couple of days ago? Is he in the news again? This says, never trust anyone who starts a sentence with the word so. Well, so many people start a sentence with so. I think it's just, it's a way to gather their thought. It's a way to say, it's another way of saying, which I say a lot. Apparently, if you say or a lot, then that is an indicator of vast intelligence.
Negative.
I think you'll find that's right. Thornton Heath. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Sam.
But that's what we want. We want negative with COVID. We want the results to be negative, not positive.
Yeah. Positively negative.
Negative.
Yeah. Like Donald Trump said, nobody ever tested so positively negative than me. In the history of testing, nobody tested more positively negative than me.
But this is what David Icke was saying. He was saying,
who?
Well, they're putting fear... David Icke. He was saying they're putting fear in people with this COVID situation.
David Icke?
Oh, no. Yeah,
okay.
I saw a programme...
I just said something that David Icke agrees with. Well, in that case, I'd like to reevaluate my position.
And also, I was talking about theatres.
Yeah.
When I was at school, I saw Summer Night's Dream in the park. Open air theatre. Open air
theatre. That's an excellent idea. Yeah. Just don't sit in the first 3 rows. That's all, because of all that spitting.
Well, they can put a plastic screen in all the theatres, clear plastic screen in front of the actors and the audience, so they don't, they don't breathe the same air.
Yeah, here's a good idea. Why don't you just get rid of the audience entirely and put cameras in there and film it and put it on a thing called television? Why don't they just do that?
And another thing,
yes,
I was thinking about this. Now they're selling those visors. You know those plastic visors and face masks and
that makes you look like a spaceman.
I know, it's just too much, and it's just looking like something from a science fiction book. We're walking around like some sort of science fiction movie.
Yeah, you look at you. People are walking around now like they're the dentist.
I know.
The doctor is in.
And everyone's looking suspiciously at each other like, like everyone's looking at each other like they're aliens, like, oh my God, they've got COVID.
Yeah. And if you cough in public, then people are going to be very upset. If you sneeze, then you're likely to get shot.
I know, and then you have to use the hand gels, and then you have to use all that. I can't even think about it because it's too much. I've got so much OCD. I've been cleaning for hours and hours, cleaning the house, going to the pharmacy, lots of buying pharmacy products, cleaning products. Yeah. I'm tired now. I can't think about COVID anymore. I'm blocking it out of my head. I'm just hearing the headlines, taking care.
Yes.
But if I think about it, I'll go mad.
I know. Yeah, I can tell. I think that we are. Wait a minute. I think that the human race is setting itself up for something that's much, much worse further down the line by us all now living like germ-free adolescents. Get X-ray specs on the phone and they'll sing that to us.
Rock and roll! We're like in the science fiction movie now.
Yeah, a bad one.
It's a science fiction film.
That's
what's happening.
Somebody sent me a T-shirt that said every science fiction film or every disaster film starts with somebody ignoring a scientist, which is precisely what we've done.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I didn't mean to press that. That was an accident. An accident.
Did you know? You didn't know this. I used to work at St Thomas's Hospital for my project, for my biomedical science degree, and we were testing for persistence of rubella antibodies.
You have a medical sciences degree?
Yeah, biomedical sciences. Long time ago.
Wow.
In the 90s.
If you had offered me £1 million, I would not have guessed that. Huh.
Yeah, no.
You've got you have a biomedical... Very, very, yeah. You have a biomedical sciences degree. What did you learn in biomedical sciences? Anything?
What I learned is you learn about the body in health and disease. And I worked in a biochemistry lab a long time ago, and then I changed direction. I joined an art group. So I really liked my art. And you know what I was drawing? I was drawing coronaviruses. I'm ahead of my time.
Wow. You're like a seer.
I do patterns of coronaviruses. I'm a visionary. I like to think I draw good visions.
Well, I'm
good visions.
I'm thinking of praying to you. People are being more adventurous in the kitchen.
Disgusting.
Keep your hands where we can see them, Chef. 0345 6060 973. So Bernie Ecclestone's in the news again. It looks like there's hope for us all. What does that mean? Do you know what that means?
He's had a baby.
That's almost certainly not true. Bernie Ecclestone has not had a baby. That is incorrect information. Don't believe a word of it. Maybe somebody he knows has had a baby. Is that what you mean?
I think he's part of it.
Right, a significant other. Right. What is he, about, 150 years old? He's the guy that was in Lord of the Rings, wasn't he? You know, the really tall, blonde, good-looking one. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Suffolk, Nacho. Nachos.
Hello, Nick.
Nacho.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Is Nacho your name?
Well, my real name is Ignacio, which is Spanish, but I tend to keep it short, Nacho, because it's easy to pronounce in English.
Okay.
So the reason for my call it was just to I don't necessarily want to challenge your first caller, the one who was criticizing his practice in Croydon.
Oh, yes.
NHS, right? My experience is completely different. So what I would like to do is to share my experience, which is less than a week ago.
Right.
And then perhaps give you my opinion on a different matter as well. But the reality, last Friday...
You've made an appointment to occupy this show for the next 20 minutes. Let's see how the first one goes, and then I'll make a decision as we go along. Go ahead.
Definitely. So, I mean, I've been in lockdown for the last 3 months, like all of you guys, right? And look, too much drinking, too much smoking, too much junk food, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't feeling well, and I was holding up. I didn't want to book an appointment with NHS because I know of the pressure they're going on through.
Yeah.
So in the end, I had no option but to call them, right, and tell them, look, I'm not feeling well, right? The receptionist was amazing. 5 rings, and I had her on the phone, right? And she explained to me, look, as a rule of thumb, we don't take patients here on site unless the GP assesses that it's necessary, right? Very sensible, right? In less than an hour, the GP was calling me, and we had a very sensible conversation.
I'm not sure whether that is sensible, actually, because, I mean, okay, the idea of being seen over video link or on the phone is okay up to a certain point. But you know what? People will go in and say, oh, my stomach's been a bit up and down, doctor. Please help me, doctor. I need your help. You know, those people. But the doctor, while they're sitting there, they'll then think, oh, and you know what? I've got this mole on my shoulder. You want to take a look at that? And the doctor will take one look and he'll be calling the ambulance straight away. But they didn't go in with that. That's just an addition. You see, I think that a lot of medical things will be missed because there's a lack of face-to-face contact.
I'm talking about my experience,
right?
And my experience is that the GP had my records from 2 years ago, blood tests, and he checked on that. And I say, okay, look, what you should do is drink less, do more, work out a little bit more, right?
Oh, my God. You didn't need to get on the phone to a doctor to tell you that. Drink less. They always say drink less.
I needed to listen to that, but most importantly, he told me, look, if in 2 weeks you don't feel better, right, we'll book an appointment. But it was very sensible. All I'm doing here is tell you, look, NHS is not closed.
Right. How much were you drinking?
Not a lot, about 3-4 pints a day, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, at home. So
and see, so that sounds perfectly reasonable to me. I bet your doctor freaked out when you told him that.
Well, I mean, he checked on my blood tests, right, and then he found, okay, it's you, Nacho.
Yeah.
It's just like you, but anyway. The other point I wanted to make very quickly, the opinion is that, look, I understand we don't necessarily agree with the opening of pubs. I don't particularly agree with that, right? But we should not be comparing opening pubs with NHS practices not being available. We cannot compare apples to oranges here, right? There are more chances of you stumbling into risk if you nip in a NHS practice than if you stay at home. So again, not comparable pubs and practices, GP practices. That was my opinion.
Okay.
All right.
Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Nacho. 0345 6060 973. This text says, I phoned my doctor's surgery and was number 44 in line to be answered. Very frustrating. Wow. The 44th in line.
Thank you for holding. Your call's important to us.
Yeah. Well, if it was so important to you, then they would pick up the bleeping phone, wouldn't they? Martin tweets, a new slogan by Dominic Cummings, leaked by a government spokesperson. Go to the pub, protect your pints, save yourselves. You know, the stuff that's going on, it does seem as though there's a game going on. How far can we push them? Okay, Dominic Cummings, who is apparently leading the country. Now, we've taken back control from the unelected European overlords. Yeah, and you remember the European Union, don't you? No! Yes, that's them. And of course, they're not unelected and they're not our overlords. They were equals in the Rainbow Alliance. Nevertheless, we've been persuaded to, quote, take back control and give it to some bloke that nobody had ever heard of before all this. Some malevolent presence who's got Boris Johnson's ear. That's who's running us now. Is this what people voted for?
Yes.
I suspect actually that it is. I think that there's a large percentage of the population that actually wants to be dictated to. They want a dictator. They want somebody to come in and smash everything up just for the hell of it. Which is which explains the presidency of Donald Trump.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
Exactly. They don't know anything, and he doesn't know anything. The people that voted for Donald Trump are stupid morons, and he's a stupid moron. They see themselves in him. That's the nature of his success. The dingalings. No offence. 0345 6060 973. Scott Mason says, I feel so politically alienated now. Oh, really?
Stop whining.
He says, the current administration in number 10 feels like a shattered nightmare roaming a haunted hell palace. And the opposition are back to their in-house fighting as usual. If this carries on till the next election, I'll have no choice but to abandon voting. No, Scott, don't do it. It ain't worth it. No matter what the circumstance, there will always be the least bad option. Vote for them. I'll go out on a limb here, vote for her. Because that will almost always be the case. Or is that just pandering? I think that's probably just pandering, isn't it? I retract that statement. You feel politically alienated. Yeah, well, we've got a dictatorship for the next 5 years, so you've got a long while to think about it. I want you to sit in the corner and think about what you've done, Scott. Here is Saddleworth. Tony.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Great,
okay.
mate. Thanks.
First-time caller.
Good man.
I listened to Boris Johnson today. Now, what struck me as funny is, firstly, we're going to have these electric planes. Personally, I don't think it'll take off. But let's get the funnies out of the way.
No, a listener with material.
Hey, it's taken me all day to think of that.
Right.
Just be patient now. This is how I see it.
Yes.
When we saw the pictures from Europe, what were all the other countries doing? Italy, Spain, Greece, France. They were washing every building down, cleaning all the streets. Every picture you saw, it was absolutely spotless. What happened here? The bin men went on strike. They shut all the tips up.
The bin men went on strike?
Oh, yeah, they were. They stopped emptying the bins
Did they?
round Leeds and that, yeah,
Really?
because they were being abused by customers.
Right.
So they had a walkout, yeah, round Leeds. And
Well, that sounds like Leeds, yeah.
yeah, so basically, in response to not the last call, the one before,
yes,
comparing us to Sweden. If you've been to Sweden, how many HMOs have you seen over there where there's 30 people living in one room, in a living room? Guest workers coming over, not related, and all working together, going into these factories.
Oh, I don't know. That probably happens in Sweden, doesn't it? It happens everywhere else.
No.
How do you know?
I've done research.
No, you haven't. You're making it up. Done research.
Anyway, listen. So that's my take on it. Anyway.
Right.
So if the nurses had have all said, right, we're not going into work because we haven't the protective gear. How many thousands do you think that have died? You look through your papers, the columns.
I will not do any such thing.
Right. Well, there's columns of people. There's columns of people that have died.
Of course. Yes.
And if they'd take the same stance as school teachers, now let me just enlighten you to something.
Oh, God. I don't need no education. I don't need no thought control.
Well, listen, hairdressers, GPs,
yes,
teachers, they build up an immunity because if you go into a doctor's surgery pre this, have you ever gone in and the doctor's been wearing a mask?
No.
And there's people outside in the waiting room
yes,
that've got every disease you can think
disgusting.
of. Yeah, well, they do. And
you know those chairs in the waiting room in the doctors? Yeah, do not lick those chairs. Even if you really, really want to, do not lick the armrest of a chair in a doctor's waiting room.
Nick, listen, I've got some at home. We pinched them last time we were down there. Right. There were nobody in. So
well, they're just leaving them around. I mean, they're just asking for it, aren't they?
Right. So basically, what we need to do, we need to alter the way we live in this country. It's absolutely filthy. All you see is people spitting in the street all over. Yeah. The footballers, they're the worst of all.
Oh, my God. Is there another sport that spits more than football? Why do they spit so much?
And all they're doing, every time they go around kissing each other, no face masks on, they're hugging. Yeah.
And then they all go and have a shower together. What's gay about that?
After all this is over, we really need to rethink how we live in this country.
That's definitely not going to happen.
And Nick, before I go, I'm going to bed in a bit. I've got my cocoa steaming. Right. But the thing is, we need to rethink how we live. And now,
yeah, you said that. And then I said, oh no, we won't.
Here's a scenario for you. We've got roughly 3 million out of work. Next week we're going to have 3 million Chinese living here as well. So that's 6 million people. Yeah. Now we're going to have to build a hell of a lot of houses to house all these people.
Well, the new 3-word slogan from Bozo is build, build, build. So he's got that covered.
Just before I go, I must tell you,
you've been winding up to go for like what seems like an age now. And another thing, yes,
I've had, instead of having a gastric band, I've had an elastic band. But what I'm going to say to you is, all these office blocks in the city and all over, it's never going to go back to people working offices.
I bet it will.
Retrain the people. These pilots who were moaning about, they can't make 110,000. Let them get on a dumper on a building site. If you can fly a 747, you can work a JCB or a dumper. And before they start building on all this land, all these thousands of acres, green acres, let's utilise the office blocks, turn them into luxury houses and flats and sell them to the Chinese, these 3 million that are coming over next week.
Well, you've certainly given this a lot of thought. As soon as you have another thought, then you let me know straight away. Put it on a piece of paper and stick it in the post. Thanks a lot, Tony.
What I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Sheila in West London texts, I had a very good experience of a fast, efficient callback from my GP. I then had to send through a very unflattering selfie of my nose. I'm now waiting for a dermatologist appointment. Yeah, or an appointment with a beautician. Here is, and as for, you had to send a selfie of your nose. Well, whose nose were you going to send a picture of? I'm selecting a nose, Doctor. I've chosen this one. Here is Islington. Hello, Adam.
Hey, good evening, Nick.
Adam.
Oh, it's good to hear your voice again. Before I make my serious point and ask you a question, can you answer me something? Why do people still get hoodwinked by? Because I saw I heard the clip you put on, and I saw it on Twitter, and everyone was mocking him for it.
Which one?
But Boris and his mess up fumbling with the language.
Contact tracing.
Yeah. The pub's open at 6 o'clock in the morning. I think Boris has been to one early, but that's par for the course, isn't it? Giving us the instructions and then completely ignoring them himself.
But I mean, my question is as follows: that people like to label him as a wordsmith. And he speaks Latin, but I find him so dopey, and I don't know why people. Wait. And dare I say, people just seem to be impressed by his well-spoken. I don't know what to call it.
Here we go. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know why he gets away with it. So I thought, what's your thoughts on that?
He's been getting away with it his entire life, and it's his act. His act allows him to get away with it. He puts forward this image of being a bumbler, somebody who is not quite together, is a benign influence, whereas the absolute opposite is the truth.
Yeah, but I mean, the working class fought for it. They voted for him against.
Oh, it's amazing. Yes, I mean, I've got actual figures on that. Wait a minute, one moment, please. Hum to yourself, or I'll hum for you. Oh, well, it must be in my secondary pile. One moment, please.
That's okay. I'm happy to wait for you, Nick.
Yes. Can you fill?
Can I fill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell us a joke.
Sure.
Now, wait a minute. Hang on, just 1 minute. Oh, yes, here we go.
Do it.
Here we go. It was the very, very last piece. A new study has shown that Boris Johnson is more popular among low-income voters than he is with the highest earners.
Wow.
Research from Joseph Rantry Foundation think tank. God, wouldn't it be marvellous to think in a tank? It's invitation only, by the way. The Joseph Rantry Foundation think tank looked into voting behaviour at last year's election and found that the Tories established a 15-point lead over Labour among people on low incomes. The whole world's gone insane.
I've got a theory that they feel like it will make them feel more middle class by voting for him. I don't know.
No, they just bought it. They just bought all that old flannel on the side of a bus, just like they did in America.
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, I think that there's something in that.
No, very true. So thank you for that insight.
No, thank you.
Thank you. So I want to ask you a serious question. I didn't know which way to look. I nearly choked on my food when I saw the article on The Independence about Boris Johnson, and I'm not kidding. He said on your on Nick Ferrari's show that a no-deal Brexit would now be a good thing.
Yeah, good idea. That's the plan all along.
How he covered it?
Yeah,
Do you know how he covered it? He said, if we don't, we'll have an Australian-style deal. And it got me thinking. I mean, it's a euphemism for there's no deal, but why choose Australia? Is he again appealing to the concept that Brexit voters feel Australia's, part of the Commonwealth and they're very white?
Well, they speak English. Yes, exactly right.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, what's your thoughts about that?
Well, my thoughts are manifold, amongst which you would have to leave the planet. We'd have to do trade with the moon to get further away than Australia. That's insane. Second, we already trade with Australia.
Exactly.
We already trade with America. People are talking about a huge and tremendous trade deal that we're going to get with America, as though we don't already trade with America. America is already our biggest trading partner, for crying out loud. And the thing with Australia is that, coincidentally, Australia is trying to organise a trade deal with the EU. So,
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, so a deal with Australia. Even Australia doesn't like the deal that they have at the moment. They're trying to organise a free trade deal with the European Union. God.
So this brings me on to the next point. I read on the New Statesman about our debt is apparently the equivalent to Greece's now, or something like that.
Well, it's a percentage of our GDP. It's over 100%. Yeah,
it's insane. But what surprises me is that, where is the real conversation around that? Why has the Conservative Party kind of brushed it under the carpet? I mean, these are serious economic challenges that we're facing.
We just went through 10 years of austerity, supposedly in order to reduce the amount of money that we owe as a country. We ended those 10 years of utter misery by owing more as a country than we did at the beginning. There's absolutely no rhyme or reason by it. They say one thing and do the exact opposite. And I think that they managed to get away with it because of one rather obvious demographic that I have highlighted already.
I love the poorly educated.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the last point, if I may make it, I looked up the stats, and you're absolutely right. We already have they are a big trading partner, the States. And one of the arguments for Brexit, which was on the Conservative website, was that by having was it Conservative or Brexit website? I can't remember which one now, but it said we'd increase our trade by 3 billion. Now we take in 2 billion a day through tax. And I'm thinking, what is the benefit? And
3 billion, right? That's as nothing. That is a drop in the ocean.
Absolutely, yeah. I agree. I agree. So I just wanted to get your view on that. I'm a big fan of yours. So
okay. Well, there's my views in a nutshell. Thanks a lot, Adam. 0345 6060 973. Sheila in West London says, oh no, I read that. It was about her disgusting nose. No one wants to know about your nose, Sheila, including your doctor.
Disgusting.
0345 6060 973. A little bit too early to take another call before the news. If only I had some texts and emails to read, he said. Looking accusingly at my glamorous assistant, who seems to have put his feet up and has sparked up a cigar. The UK economy shrank by even more than was previously thought in the 3 months before lockdown. This is not lockdown, this is before lockdown. Revised figures show that GDP tumbled by 2.2% between January and March, the joint largest fall since 1979. UK PLC is thought to have fallen off a cliff after the lockdown was imposed on March the 23rd, with forecasts for the current quarter suggesting the worst recession in 300 years.
Oh, no.
300 years! Recent ONS figures, Office for National Statistics, showed that the economy plummeted by a record 20.4% in April. Wow. 20.4%. Having suffered a 6.9% reduction the previous month. You know, the recession that we're just still trying to climb out of, 2007-8. That was, I think the economy went down, 4%, something like that, which was, vertigo-inducing. This is 20, it's virtually 30%. Meanwhile, the Treasury is planning to borrow another £50 billion in August to plug a growing gulf in the public finances. £50 billion! That would mean £275 billion has been added to the debt pile in the first 5 months of the year. The debt's already over 100% of the value of the economy for the first time since 1963. In 2000, it was about 28% of GDP, our debt. GDP being the amount of money that we make as a year, as a country. 28%. The amount of money that we owed was 28% of how much we made a year. Now it's over 100%. And if you include the state and public sector pensions and all the other liabilities, the amount of money we owe as a country is, get ready, grip onto something firm, £4.8 trillion. What? 4.8 trillion pounds. That's 78 grand per person we owe. All of us. Including you and me. Yeah. If only we actually had been able to spend 78 grand on ourselves to owe 78 grand. Wouldn't that be marvellous? This text says, I think you and Adam, your last caller, make a good double act. With his laugh and your wit, Carol McGiffin has competition. She absolutely does not. Nobody could replace you, Carol. Ain't that right?
No.
Rafe texts. Labour's report on why it did so badly in the 2019 election identifies a long-term trend of losing the working class vote. I hate to say this, but I can't see anything Labour can do to regain these voters without alienating voters like me. Not me, him. Or her, sexist. Labour would have to pander to the Brexiteer mentality, says Rafe. Well, I think once the delights of Brexit become apparent, then pandering might not be necessary. People might be fleeing in the opposite direction. Although, of course, it doesn't matter what negative effects our forthcoming deal-free Brexit is going to... God, my brain seems to have run out of petrol. It doesn't matter what negative effects that Brexit is going to have, they'll just blame it on the virus, which has come along just at the right time for them to blame everything on it. And Des in Stoke says, bumbling Boris reminds me of a politically inept Columbo.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, and one last thing. Yeah. Here's Leeds. Alex.
Good evening, sorry, Nick. Sorry, I was lost there. Good evening, Nick. How are you? I'll start again. Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Alex.
Right, if I may, I'd like to comment on the government's mixed messaging on COVID-19 and social distancing, and also kind of to provide an analysis of Boris Johnson, which might explain some of his behaviour, which could be described as dither and delay. So I'll just crack on if I may. So, first of all, although Boris Johnson is right-wing, he's in the libertarian tradition, whereas someone like Donald Trump is more of the authoritarian variety. So what that means is Boris Johnson hates, restricting personal freedoms and banning things, which is, it's a legitimate philosophical position to hold. However, Boris Johnson is, incredibly weak, vain, and needy, and he's desperate to be liked and loved. Now, this is how it links to COVID-19. So whilst it's absolutely right, after 3 months of lockdown to get the economy moving, Boris Johnson didn't want to be the person who, in the early stages of the coronavirus, was the one who made unpopular decisions by, shutting down the country, placing restrictions on activities like, shopping, going to restaurants.
I wouldn't have called that an early decision.
No, but what I mean is, though, at some point he had to make a decision about, what needed to happen. And he knew that was going to be unpopular, and whether you think it's the right decision or not, making that decision to lock down was going to be very unpopular. And I think for him, he was more worried about his popularity amongst not necessarily his traditional voters, but as I said, this kind of this need for him, and like most kind of what would you call it, egomaniacs, narcissists. And Donald Trump's, exactly the same. He's always going on about his ratings, isn't he? When he was, presenting The Apprentice, and
he still does. It's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that weakness, and I think, you've alluded to it in previous weeks. Boris Johnson's not the leader we need in the time of a crisis. He thought when he, inherited, the leadership 12 months ago, once he got, through the general election and Brexit done and all the rest of it, he thought it would be easy street. But now he's the person, you've seen him visibly age, you've seen him struggle. You have seen him,
But the press-up, he did a press-up.
Did he?
Or at least he was photographed looking at the ground in a prone position. We only have the journalist's word on it that it was an actual press-up that he performed.
Well, indeed. But ultimately, I'd say what gets to the heart of it, and I know you said you're going to read some quotes from people he's worked for, like Max Hastings when he was at the Daily Telegraph, and there's also somebody he worked with when he was a Brussels correspondent who wrote a biography on him. I forget her name now. But as I said, it's this narcissistic need to be liked and praised, and never to make a decision that's unpopular, even though it's the right decision. So if anyone really wants to understand what makes Boris Johnson tick, and I know this is an oversimplification, he'll do, I think, in the main, not necessarily what's right for the country, but what will not necessarily reflect badly on him. So if you've noticed, and I know you have, when we used to have those daily briefings for the coronavirus, if it was anything like bad news to be given, it was, Matt Hancock or some other sucker who had to deliver the bad news. But if it's anything about, we're going to relax the restrictions, or, we're going to have Super Saturday on 4th of July, all the good news and the good announcements and the positive vibes, he led on those, with Professor Whitty and all the rest of it. But anything that was going to be unpopular, he was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Well, yes, him and Donald Trump are two peas in a pod. They're both a pair of needy babies. In a nutshell.
So, I know, as I said, in a crisis, not the leader we need, unfortunately.
Exactly.
So, I don't know where we go from here. So I just wanted to, share that bit of analysis and see what your listeners think.
Okay.
Whether they agree or disagree.
Good analysing. Thanks a lot, Alex. 0345 6060 973. This says the EU, France and Germany, has just borrowed 750 billion euros to bail themselves out, and many other EU countries really aren't happy. Talk about how brilliant that is. I doubt it. What? Talk about how brilliant that is. I doubt it. Talk about how... I don't know. I think you're just flailing your arms around. Scott texts, "Hi Nick, I just wanted to text and say that the country is doomed. The number of businesses that will shut is truly scary. Will we ever recover from this?" Well, good grief. There was a piece in, I think it was the Telegraph today, about the number of companies that have gone on a firing spree. It is staggering. Companies across Britain have seen their revenues decimated by the impact of COVID-19. Actually, decimated by the impact of the lockdown. Not the virus, the lockdown. This is why Sweden got it right, in my opinion, and everybody else got it wrong. Is because the internal economy of Sweden has not been and will not be as negatively affected as anybody else's because they didn't do the lockdown. Very hard to get people to stay in for 3 months and then bring them out again. The staying in part, it's relatively easy. It's the coming back out again that's hard. People don't want to go to restaurants and they don't want to go to pubs and bars. Not by and large. They don't want to go shopping anymore. That's because we have been petrified and sent indoors to shiver in a darkened corner in fear. And now we're supposed to follow the Pied Piper and go back shopping and drinking and eating again? We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. And so the consequence is that Sweden's economy actually ticked up last month, not down. Everybody else tanked, except Sweden. Now, they've had deaths. Yes, of course they have. But the consequence of going through what is, by all accounts, going to be the worst recession in 300 years is going to cause a lot of deaths. Quite possibly more so than we have saved by doing the lockdown. The luggage retailer Antler, 164 jobs lost. These are a list of companies that have axed jobs in the UK since the coronavirus crisis. Accenture, the consultancy firm, 900 jobs. Airbus, 1,700 jobs. Arcadia, 500 jobs. Aston Martin, 500 jobs. Bentley, 1,000. British Airways, up to 12,000. Bombardier, unknown, but it could be 2,500. BP, at least 10,000. 10,000 jobs. We don't know how many here, but that's looks like the full number. BuzzFeed, they've closed their operations in the UK and Australia, so we don't know how many. 1,200 jobs at Byron. Carnival, the cruise giant, 450. The casual dining group, Café Rouge, Bella Italia, 1,900. Cath Kidston, 900 jobs. Centrica, 5,000 jobs. Clark's, 900 jobs. And on and on and on. I've only got a 3-hour show, so I can't read them all, but it just goes on and on and on and on. And it's not because of the virus, it's because of our reaction to the virus.
Believe me. Okay?
I do not believe you.
I know nothing.
That I believe. Every now and again he says, by accident, something that's true. All of the rest of the time, just don't believe him. Just don't believe anything that he says. Particularly about the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
I'm not a doctor.
No kidding. And I'm not a doctor either, but I suspect that if we'd treated this by just carrying on as normal, but wearing a mask, as in everybody, when you leave the house, everybody wears a mask, and just carrying on as normal, I bet that we'd have had a similar result, apart from the crashing the economy part. I betcha. Does anybody believe me? Well, maybe. Camden, hello Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
Hi. God Boris speaks when he has to. There is something positive to say, and he remains at the back when there are bad news to announce.
That sounds about right.
Have you noticed how he spits his words out onto his interlocutor?
Spits the words?
Yeah, he does not speak to you. He speaks at you.
I hadn't noticed that. In what way? Spits the words. Spits them.
Yeah.
Yes.
If he has to say, for example, I'm learning a new language, he'll say, I'm learning a new language.
Right.
He's full of hatred. He spits his hatred towards you.
He spits his hatred towards you.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, well, that sounds like him.
Yeah. He just has to project it at the speed to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Right, to just get it out of his mouth.
Here we go.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I can understand that. The words want to leave his mouth as soon as possible. I get that.
Probably. Also.
Did you say also?
Yes.
Oh, so I expected something to follow that, but it didn't. That was also full stop. Okay, excellent work. Thanks a lot, Claire. 0345 6060 973. I think maybe there was something just about to come out on the end there, but time's running out. PSG tweets: do the lefties have a sense of humour or any fun? Cheer up, the pub's open. No, it isn't. 6 a.m, the pub is open. Do the lefties have a sense of humour or any fun? PSG. What, the football club? What's it got to do with you? I'm being trolled by a football club. San Diego, Ryan.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I just wanted to say how much I enjoy listening to your program online, and also I wanted to say that I think Boris Johnson is doing a better job handling the coronavirus than the United States president, who I think is totally mad.
Well, that's a very, very low bar, really, isn't it? We're doing better than Donald Trump. Well, who isn't?
Yeah, I know. Me. But it's just horrible the way it is here in the States. I'm in San Diego County, and there's been over 15,271 cases just alone, and about 400 deaths. And the governor here is doing better than the president.
Well, the president isn't doing anything, and I think that's part of his plan is to foist blame onto the governors, who, of course, are now in competition with other governors from different states to get the PPE that they need, and all of the rest, and the medicines and so on. Where if anything needs a nationwide response, it's this. And Donald Trump has been he just hasn't done anything. He's just gone golfing.
Yes, and it's just like the way he treats people and everything regarding the virus and everything, and not doing anything to help the American people. And I think he's doing a horrible job with it. And who would want to drink bleach? Tell me that.
Well,
who would want to drink bleach?
Well, nobody, which is why he suggested injecting it.
He's just mad.
I believe that he is potentially mad. Yeah. Now, from your position in San Diego, do you think that he's actually going to win re-election, or is it going to be Biden?
I hope it's Biden.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that he's going to win re-election.
Really? Because I suspect that he will.
I'm just hoping he won't, but...
Yeah, but I suspect that he will. Because, last time around, he lost the popular vote by 3 million. I read a report that suggests that he could lose the vote by 16 million and still win.
that is a high possibility, but I hope not.
Right.
So, because the way he's treating everybody, laughing, saying, "Oh, this flu, that flu, whatever," it's just totally racist and bigoted.
Well, that's what his fans like the best. I mean, he's just giving his fans what they want. They love that about him because they're racist and bigoted, and so they love that he's racist and bigoted, but he's got a megaphone. I mean, it's just like a dream come true to them. There's nothing that he can do that is too racist or bigoted for them. In fact, they yearn for him to go one louder with every utterance that he makes.
Yes, I agree, and it's just horrible because people here in the a lot of people I know do not support him, and my family does. And they're like, "Oh, this virus, that virus." It's called the coronavirus or COVID-19. It's not called something flu or whatever. It's not right.
So your family, are you going to be getting together with them on the, well, that's today, isn't it? It's the 4th of July today. Well, about today.
I'm in California. They're in New York.
Yeah. Is it the 4th today?
Right now...
No, it's the 3rd. So it's the 4th tomorrow.
It's the 3rd. It's the 4th tomorrow, and it's almost 4 p.m. here on the 3rd.
Right. So tomorrow, then, I think the disease is going to have like a fiesta, isn't it? It's going to be...
Yes.
It's going to be magnifying itself all over America as they come together to celebrate their freedom from us lot.
Yeah.
I would stay at home if I were you.
I am. I am for sure. I have the day off work, so stay home. If I do, I'll wear face covering, so I keep myself safe and keep distance.
Yeah. Okay, good work. Thanks a lot, Ryan. 0345 6060 973. There's the word from America that Donald Trump is a ding-a-ling. Ain't that right, Donny?
Oh, shut up!
Yes. God, I'm amazed that he hasn't actually caught it himself. I mean, he's bragged about him being very, very totally negative. Nobody has ever been more negative than me in a positive way. It's a positive negative. And how can he not have caught it already? It's amazing. That stuff just bounces right off him. You're stuck with him, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not remotely bothered.
Tell me that this is your act?
Yes, sadly, this is all I have. Tim in Manchester says, I will not be going to pubs. I will not be going to shops. I will not be going to restaurants. I was scared into staying home, and I love it. I think that's a lot of people's opinion. Today, it's happening today. It's Super Saturday. The hostility industry is going to reopen in England, with pubs, restaurants, hairdressers, barbers, cinemas, art galleries, museums permitted to open to the public. When asked why exercise facilities would remain closed, Boris Johnson said, "People, I think, listening to this debate do know the answer to that. It's that we need to stop the spread of the disease. So pubs are open, but gyms aren't." Does that make sense?
No.
Activity levels were a record high before COVID-19. Activity as in exercise. 28.6 million adults doing at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity a week. Not that kind of activity.
Disgusting.
Exercise. This is according to Sport England. It does sound as though I'm in a wind tunnel, doesn't it? I haven't changed anything. It's all still the same in here, but, I never complain.
Stop whining.
During the height of the pandemic, which was like, it's still now, nothing's changed. We're still at the height of the pandemic. 46% of the public felt encouraged to exercise. But they just didn't. I didn't. I did it a couple of times. You know, there's about 1 billion videos that you can see on your phone, and you can join the innie. Do squats and press-ups and all of that kind of thing. I did it like twice. And I just haven't bothered again. I really need the discipline of going to a gym, because once you're there, you can't just sit around and watch TV. You've got to actually do something for about an hour, and then you go. But if it's at home, there's just too many other things to do. You know, like making a drink.
Booze.
Something like that. Activity levels were at a record high before COVID-19, with 28.6 million adults doing at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity a week. During the height of the pandemic, 46% of the public felt encouraged to exercise by government guidance, but since other restrictions loosened, nearly a third said it was a challenge to maintain their activity levels. I bet people aren't doing it. You know, there's 7,000 gyms in this country, none of which are open. But pubs can be open. Well, the whole world's gone insane. In order to maintain national health, we can squeeze into a pub or a restaurant. Behaviour that has been shown to increase the incidence of people catching the virus. And when we're there, we can get hammered. But for the protection of our health, we can't work out. Is this real life or am I hallucinating? God, wouldn't it be marvellous if this was an hallucination?
Groovy.
And people don't want to go out. I've got the statistics to prove it. More than 80% of Britons would strongly back a second lockdown if coronavirus cases spiked. Are you insane? A second lockdown? What? We're barely going to survive the first one. More than 80% of Britons would strongly back a second lockdown if COVID-19 cases spike, a new poll finds. Well, they will spike, and we can't lock down again. How can we? Over 8 in 10 people said that they would back a lockdown if there were a second spike. This is a YouGov Sky poll. 8 in 10 people said that would self-isolate for 14 days if asked by an NHS test, trace and app. Liar! No, you won't. No, you won't. I don't believe you. Almost 70% say they would follow an instruction to self-isolate from a smartphone app. Liar! No, you wouldn't. If your phone told you to stay in for 2 weeks and do nothing, you'd just do it. I don't believe you. 6% of 18 to 24-year-olds said they would oppose a second lockdown, compared with 4% of those who polled who were over 65 years old. 65 years old. And here are the statistics on that. 70% who were polled said they would be nervous about going to the pub and would not go to the cinema. 70%. 71% would not go on public transport. 73% are not comfortable going abroad. 60% said they would not go to shopping centres or restaurants. And if that's actually true and that plays out, then our economy is dead. It's dead in the water. The lifestyle that we used to know before we went downstairs into the bunker is gone. You know, there's a lot of people who've got a lot resting on this day. They're going to throw open their doors and wait there in expectation of a tsunami wave of eager customers who may not show up. And even if they do, I think that the experience that they find when they get to where they're going is going to make it less likely that they will want to repeat that experience. I mean, the queuing and the sanitising and the face masks and the standing 6 feet from other people where's the atmosphere going to come from in a restaurant or a pub? There's going to be no loud music. You can't sing. no singing. And all of the rest of it. I think when people go out and see what's out there, they'll think, never mind. Ealing Johansson.
Greetings, Nick. How are you?
Great.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. How are you?
Welcome along.
Oh, good to see you. Now, listen, I'm worried that you're overreacting a little bit.
Can you speak a little closer to the phone? Are we on speakerphone?
No, you're just in my headphones.
Right.
I'm worried that you're overreacting about the. What do you think that the lockdowns caused the dip in the economy and not the virus itself?
What, the virus itself didn't cause it? No, the lockdown caused it.
And also, quickly, how does it work with your sound effects? Have you just got a big screen in front of you with loads of different sound effects and you can press whatever you want whenever you want? Or have you got someone there and you look at them and you tell them what sound effects you want and then they play it?
Which do you think?
Have you got... If I said to you something right now,
yes.
If I gave you a key word, would you be able to play a relevant sound effect?
Well, it depends what the word is.
So if I said to you, bingo,
Bingo?
If I said bingo and you thought a sound effect, could you play?
I haven't got a bingo sound. What would a bingo sound effect sound like?
Don't kick off. I'll try another word. What would happen if I said banana? Got one for banana.
What kind of a sound effect would be for a banana?
Bonus jackpot. Have you got a sound effect for jackpot?
Well, how would that sound?
Sort of like bingo, like at the end of the game, like winner.
Yeah, well, I would if I had to bet money, then that would be my bet. I bet I'd be quids in too. 0345 6060 973. Does anybody know what that call was about?
No.
Tim in Manchester. Oh no, I've read that. Lindsay tweets. Boris says the overwhelming majority of people understand what needs to be done. Words that will come back to bite that wretched man. Yeah, well, at least we've got a good contract tasting system.
Contact tasting, testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Have another go.
Contact tasting, testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Excellent work, Boris. You keep it up. Whatever it is you're doing a fantastic job. In your own mind. Sweden, Robert.
Yeah, hi Nick. And excuse me for not speaking exactly that good English that I want to speak, but I will try my best.
Dude!
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, groovy, yeah. About Sweden and not the lockdown here.
Yes.
I have to tell you that we have some regulations, of course. We can't join in a group more than 50 people.
More than 50 people. Okay, these are the regulations that they have had in Sweden for how long now?
For 3 months.
For 3 months. Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Every culture event, like festivals and music events and theaters and so on is closed.
Closed?
Yeah.
I thought cinemas were open.
No. You have to rent the cinema. Then you can do it and sit with an empty chair.
Yeah, you can do anything you blooming well like. Yeah.
Yeah, but we have no regulations of going to shopping and going to gyms and so on.
Oh, so gyms are open, but theatres are closed. That's a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, spooky. Yeah.
Spooky. Spooky. Okay.
Whatever. But
yes.
We have and they have put if you are 70 years and older, you are in a risk group.
Yeah.
They say, or if you have some kind of disease.
Yes.
So I have problems with my lungs, so I have to call the Swedish NHS and ask them, am I in the risk group? And they say no. Okay, then I can go more safe to town, shop whatever I want, and go to. They say from the government that we should not drive or travel far than 2 hours away from where we live.
Right.
And the only, as I think, the only fault that they've done, that's towards the elderly homes. I don't know what you call it in England.
Yeah.
Where elderly stay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They didn't have quite the instructions for the beginning.
Really?
So many people at the elderly homes died.
Yes.
And now we have a pandemic and we have this COVID-19. But in usual cases, in the winter, we always have this flu.
Right. Yes.
And the elderly people cannot cope that, so they die. But this time it was
many more.
Many more, and people are being upset about that.
Of course. Now, tell me about the general reaction now to Sweden's the government's response to this, because it used to be very, very positive. Has it changed a bit lately?
I think people in the beginning they were like, well, we can't do that. We have to, they shut that down, like theaters or things. But now I think we are more relaxed, quite too relaxed, I think, because we have to keep the distance to other people when we meet. We shouldn't be nearer than 2 meters. And sometimes I found myself in situations that I go near people and they back off, and it's 2 meters.
Yeah.
We can't hug each other,
No.
Everyone hugs these days.
As tempting as it might be, don't launch yourself upon a Swede, as attractive as they are. Undoubtedly, don't kiss strangers in public without their written permission.
Yeah, exactly. And we had a lot of lovely women here, so that's quite a bit hard.
Yeah.
Just joking there, but I think the way the Swedish government handled this, because they have a special department for this. I can't explain, but they and there is a epidemiologist or something.
Yes.
Can it be that in English?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
very popular.
But he's that plain guy he doesn't have a suit on when they have press conferences.
What's his name again?
But Anders Tegnell.
Anders Tegnell, yes.
You said it perfect. Anders Tegnell, and he has been like a cult figure now.
I know.
They have printed on T-shirts like Che Guevara, know that.
People are getting his face tattooed on their person.
Yeah. And he was speaking on Swedish radio for a couple of days ago, and I listened, and he said, that when I heard about that tattoo, that's just too much, he said, because he's a very, not introvert, but, kind of back-off guy.
Yeah,
so
he's a scientist, of course. Yeah, he's not a rock star,
yeah.
He's a scientist, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
but people like him, so...
They do, yes, as opposed to in this country when not so much. Robert, thanks for that. But I got to go. There you are. See the word from Sweden. In amongst which was a Swedish joke, which says, Boris says, the overwhelming majority of people understand what needs to be done, words that will come back to bite this wretched man. I'm pretty sure that I've read that before. I'm getting deja vu. This says, I'm saving so much money not going out to the pub and just drinking at home. The government said that they would pay for me to stay home until October if necessary, and a lot of people are going for it. I don't think they had drinking in mind when they said that.
Booze.
Steve says, the theatres and the lovies have been moaning about not being allowed to put on productions. They say any audience would only be a third of the people, as theatres are mainly frequented by the upper classes. Just charge them 3 times the amount for a ticket, and they will get the same amount of money. The upper classes. Oh, my God. People's attitudes to the arts just defies belief. I suspect it's that same demographic.
I love the poorly educated.
How can you just think that only the upper classes go to the theatre? I mean, OK, the West End of London is preposterously expensive, and that's not going to get cheaper anytime soon. I mean, 100... Oh, it's way more than 100. It's way north of that, isn't it? But this is tourists' stuff. When tourists come to this country, it's all funny money. And it doesn't really matter how much the stuff costs. when American tourists come over here and they change their dollars into our cute little pounds, then they just throw it around with abandon because it doesn't mean anything anymore. They don't keep the exchange rate in their mind. It's monopoly money. Just chuck it about the place. It's £250 for a seat to go and see Hamilton. Sure, why not? We're on holiday. But ordinary theatre, that's not the preserve of the rich. Mark tweets, Nick, I can't believe that you've let Trump's Lone Ranger quip go so unpunished. As soon as I heard him say it, I thought Nick is going to be all over this gem of a soundbite, but nothing. Yeah, I apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He said that he tried the mask on and he liked the look of it. He looked at himself in the mirror, which I imagine is what he does when he's not golfing, just staring at himself in the mirror, thinking, who is that fantastic stranger in that looking glass? And he tried a mask on and looked at himself for about, 6-7 hours, and declared himself delighted with the results. He looked pretty good. Just like the Lone Ranger. Unfortunately, the Lone Ranger wears a mask over his eyes, not his mouth and his nose. You stupid president. Has there ever been a stupider president? Definitely not a smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Or a nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
0345 6060 973. Here's Shoreditch. Lizzie.
Hi.
Lizzie.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, listen, all I got to say is President Trump needs to step down quickly, because since the outbreak, the speeches, the amount of stuff he's been saying throughout his speeches has just been absolutely ridiculous.
Who's...
President Trump.
Oh, President Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's out of his mind. Have you heard?
How can you tell people to inject disinfectant inside of their bodies?
Yeah.
Like?
Well, he's not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
And plus, as well, Boris Johnson as well, how can you allow people to go to the pub but not allowed to let them go to the gym? Like, isn't the gym more beneficial to a person's body?
You'd think so, yeah.
Than a pub, like...
I mean, I would think so, but then I'm no expert.
Oh, Lord.
But then neither is he. Well, he's all over it.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I have a great faith, but then, I am out of my mind. Okay, Lizzie, I'll just add it to the things that mystify us.
Goodbye.
Okay, thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Things have gotten totally out of control.
It has gotten totally out of control.
Mike tweets, Nick, you're right. This pandemic has been overblown. They've made a mountain out of a molehill and crashed the economy whilst they were at it. It's as though we found rising damp in our house, and to cure it, we set fire to the place. It seems too much to me. I think that historians will look back on this as the greatest overreaction in history. And people are saying that Sweden is the outlier. It's the one that is, conducting an experiment. But that's incorrect. Sweden is doing what we used to do during previous pandemics, just carrying on, taking a few precautions. Of course, that's just sensible, but not closing everything down and putting the entire country on pause. Sweden is doing what has historically been done at such times. The rest of the world, we are in a science experiment, an economics experiment, a medical experiment. We're the ones that are the outliers. And I suspect that the consequence will be worse from the recession. If it is as they predict, it's the worst in 300 years. And I think that 300-year recession would be the mini ice age. Now that the National Gallery is open again, there's pictures of that very event in the National Gallery. You can queue up to spend an allotted 5 seconds in front of your picture of choice. The Thames froze over. And there were fairs on the Thames. And because it was so blooming cold, the economy just tanked, such as it was at that time. I can't imagine what they actually did for a living 300 years ago. And, I mean, it just boggles the imagination. This is my imagination being boggled at the very thought of it. Who knows what they used to do? Sell buckets of their own product.
Disgusting.
Oh, I mean, what else did they used to make? They'd be, costermongers selling filth.
Dreadful.
Awful. But if it is the worst recession in 300 years, way worse than the one that we're still trying to climb out of 10 years later, then it's very likely, it's more likely than not, it seems to me, that the consequence of that in deaths will be far outweighed by... No, wait. It will far outweigh the number of deaths that we have prevented by locking down. But, that is my opinion, based on no information of any kind whatsoever, and certainly no expertise. But just because it might not be true, doesn't mean to say it's not a fact. Mike tweets... oh, no, I read that. Max texts, I saw Hamilton 6 times in 2019. I'd pay more, says Max. More than what? I mean, I imagine that's not cheap. That's probably one of those productions that costs £200 a seat. What? I bet it does. How did you go 6 times? People are queuing around the block for that. I've decided not to go. People are just saying too many good things about it. I know that I'd sit there and thinking, this is rubbish. I bet it's one of those things I just absolutely hate the moment it starts. It's a hippie hip-hop production.
Rock and roll!
Lilac tweets, Boris claimed the people know what must be done, just like the people had the common sense to not flood the beaches the other week, right? Yeah, it's almost as though we're being set up to take the blame for the increase in the cases that is bound to come when a lockdown is eased. Like the restaurants. Wait a minute. I've got full details about what happened when the restaurants were reopened in America. I've got it somewhere, but I can't be bothered to find it now. It's too late. I can't be bothered. I don't want to, and you can't make me. But anyway, it was really, really bad. Very, very bad things happened when the restaurants reopened in America. And then they had to close them all again. So this is the problem. Now we've established a base response. We're going to have to repeat that response. Otherwise, why did we do it in the first place? I mean, if the cases go up again and we don't lock down, then why did we lock down in the first place? So we'll have to lock down again. But what's incredible is that 3 months, you pause a country for 3 months and you create the worst recession ever. Ever. In 3 months. Don't you find that incredible? That we are as individuals, we skip 2 or 3 paychecks and we're homeless. Pretty much. I mean, nobody's got savings anymore. So you miss 3 paychecks and you'll probably be turfed out of your home. Now, I understood that was the case with individuals. I didn't understand that was the case with the country. I thought that we were on firmer footing as a country, but 3 months of no earnings, and we're looking at the worst economy in the history of economies. Amazing, but teetering on the edge at all times. We didn't realise it until this happened. And now our susceptibility to a tiny invisible thing. We can't even see this blooming thing. And it has ruined all of our lives from now until the end of time. Still. Never mind, eh? Lilac tweets... No, I read that. Rob in London says, don't worry, Nick, if Trump loses the election, Don Jr. will be running for office next. Yeah, well, it'll be one of them. Undoubtedly be one of them. The 2 sons, Tweedledum and Tweedledummer. Let's have a call in Selsey. Maxine. Oh, my God, you're loud.
I've moved from Croydon, darling. I ain't spoken to you for months.
Why would you want to move from Croydon? Why would anybody want to leave Croydon? It's so picturesque.
No, my darling, no. Now,
What?
look, no, it's not. No, I had to, because you know I got a caravan at Chelsea.
I don't know that.
And I come down here, well, I tell you numerous times, but you tend to not listen to anything I say anyway. Yeah. So, I'm in my caravan. It's like living in Noah's Ark, my darling. I've got me dog, me cat, me bird and me fish and me partner. I'm waiting to move in my bungalow.
Wait.
Go on.
You, your partner, a dog, a cat, a parrot and a fish. In a caravan. In a caravan. Oh, my God.
Just before lockdown, let me tell you, I've had the worst 4 months of my life, but I ain't going to phone you about that now.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. Now, when I find out you've got a new guy on reception, ain't you there?
A receptionist, yeah.
Yeah, he's a lovely man. He's cut me off twice, but I don't take offence. Right, now, anyway, I phoned him up, and he goes, I go to him, what have I got to talk about? He goes, COVID, Boris, and PPE. Right, so I'm going to sum it up in less than 10 seconds.
Right.
COVID is still weird. Doris, he talks too much. And PPE, we ain't got enough. That's it about politics. I don't do politics, you know that, my darling.
Well, that sounds like you encapsulated it all for us. Perfect.
There we go. Now, here we go. With old Doris, I like him. He's nice. But...
Can I just stop you there? Can I just stop you there? He verifiably is not nice. That is not what he is. He is not nice. That's an act. But anyway, go on.
I never said he's not nice.
No, I'm saying he's not nice. You're saying he's nice, which I'm saying is incorrect.
I never said he's nice. I call him Doris.
Right.
Right, so, now, I'm having a bit of trouble with Doris, right?
Yes.
Because when he does his little speeches on the telly, he don't clarify himself, my love.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Right, now, social distancing, he's changed it from 2 metres to 1.
Kind of, yeah.
Right, now, I watched it on the TV the other day, and his clarification of going from 2 metres to 1 metre, it was like doing the okey cokey. Right? Now it goes, you go 1 metre out, 1.5 meters about. You watch your social distancing and keep 2 metres about.
Yeah.
So what do we do? Do we keep 1 metre, 1 metre plus, or 2 metres? But where you can, you've got a social distance.
Yeah. And I hope that that's clear.
Well, abundantly. Now,
Yes.
I've got to ask you this. Do you wear a face mask?
I haven't yet, no.
Right, now, I'm going to tell you and your listeners, if you want to wear one, wear one.
Yes.
Now, I have worn one because I've been back at work after furlough. It's very distressing, my love.
What, the wearing of a mask?
Yeah, because I wear glasses, and so far I've bumped into 2 trees, 1 lamppost, and a man walking down mid-wind with an umbrella up. Now, I'm not saying you cannot wear a face mask, but if you wear glasses, there is no airing. They get steamed up. You could cause a serious accident. Now,
So hang on a minute. Wait. So the mask goes underneath your glasses?
Yeah. But you've got to breathe, ain't you? So your glasses get steamed up. 2 trees, my love. 2 trees on 1 lamppost. And a man with his umbrella going the wrong way in the wind. It's very dangerous.
Right. Well, yeah, you know who knows a lot about wind?
I know a lot about wind.
Yeah, him.
Well, yep, I know that now. Hang on, because I've got all my notes written down. Now, David Cummings is that man that went on a tourist expedition around the castle, wasn't he?
Close, yeah.
To test his eyesight out, obviously without a mask. Otherwise, he'd never have got there, my love.
Now, if I didn't know better, I would think that he was a stupid idiot to go testing his testing his eyesight by driving, rather than testing his eyesight before he drove.
Right. Well, I understand that, but he would have probably been better off on a skateboard. But that's just my opinion.
He dresses like he should be on a skateboard.
Well, now, here's where I know that our Prime Minister, Doris, right now, I know he's complying with everything he says. Do you know why that is?
Go on.
Right, because in the 4 months we've been on lockdown, he ain't had his haircut. Now, if he had had his haircut, we'd have known straight away he weren't complying with anything.
I suppose so. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell though, because he just.
He's got longer, my darling.
It always looks like that.
He looks like a Cindy doll. He does, my darling. Long blonde hair, my love. It's going all over the place. Now, I've got my scissors out. I've cut my boyfriend's hair.
Yeah.
Okay, I did make a mistake the first time because I cut his ear roll. Okay, but I'm no professional. I've never claimed I'm a professional, my darling.
Mm-hmm. And neither are you a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
No, neither is he.
No, I'm not a doctor, but there you go. Now, anyway, because I ain't spoken to you for ages, what you been up to during lockdown? Have you learnt a new language?
No, I've learned how to make many different types of cocktails.
Oh, go on. What you made?
Oh, loads, boatloads. I could virtually open my own pub. I've got so much spirits at home.
You better open your own pub tomorrow, darling, because I might need some.
6 o'clock in the morning, over at my place. All right, Maxine, I'll see you there. Boo. Just before I go to the break, Squid tweets in response to that last caller. Put some tissue on the bridge of your nose under the mask. This will stop your glasses steaming up. Put some tissue on the bridge of your nose under the mask. How will that stop your glasses steaming up? I've got no idea, but leave it with me and I'll try it later. Rob in London says, don't worry, Nick. No, I've read that. This says, let's face it, Trump's going to do a Putin. Rootin', tootin', shootin', Putin. Even if he loses, which I doubt, he'll say it was all fixed and it's China. Well, yes, of course. I mean, he's already started whining about losing.
Stop whining.
And he hasn't even lost yet. He's not going to go. That man is not leaving. He's a giant, needy baby. And if he loses, of course, he'll be a one-term president. And that means that he would have been beaten by Barack Obama. You remember when the world used to make sense and Barack Obama was our leader instead of that giant numpty in the White House now?
Oh, shut up!
Exactly. God, that man is the world's most powerful human. Just pause and think about that for a moment. Donald Trump, the goofball off the telly, is the world's most powerful man. I think that's an indication that the human race has taken a wrong turn.
Hi.
Jan.
I don't know what to do after that last call. It was like a cross between my mum and somebody that phoned Steve Wright.
Right.
In the afternoon.
Okay.
It was so hilarious. He was so funny.
It was like on another level.
Yowza.
Entirely.
It was surreal, yeah. It was really surreal. And I heard Boris Johnson this morning. I've never heard so much crap in all my life. It was just basically unbelievable.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It was... I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was just basically... We've got football going on. We can't have cricket. I mean, cricket has got to be the most socially distant things you've got, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, they don't actually do anything. They just stand in the middle of...
As long as you don't spit on the ball, rub the ball.
They stand in the middle of the green and they're not doing anything. How can cricket not be allowed?
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It is just literally, you can go to a pub from 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Who's in a pub at 6 a.m.?
I don't know.
Who
could possibly show?
To open up?
I don't know. Who could possibly want to show up to drink unless you've been up all night? I mean, if like Steve Allen, for instance, I could understand if Steve Allen wanted to be in a pub at 6 a.m. because he's, that's about when he's just starting his day.
If you're going home, maybe,
exactly.
A little bit of a totty on the way home. But who the hell is going to I mean, is it you can set up from 6 a.m. and open at 12, or is it actually open at 6 a.m.?
You can throw your doors open to an expectant public. We'll be queuing around the block at 6 a.m.
But wasn't this, what was it, how many years ago that said 24 hours drinking, you can open your pub all night? Who would go to a pub at 4 a.m. in the morning?
4 a.m. in the morning, I know.
Yeah, 24-hour drinking in a pub. Who would do that?
Like in a club, that I understand.
A club?
I understand a club.
Oh, they talk about 4 a.m.?
Yes, that I get.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I just don't get what he said today. There's so many little bits that are left out of what he's saying, and it's like it's just thrown in and written with a biro on a just pad in front of him and go, oh, there, do I'll say that.
On a restaurant napkin.
Does he say these things in front of two other people before he goes live and says that? That's what I'm asking. Does he actually go, look, I'm going to say this to you now, right? Come back at me. Does this sound like logical?
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
Yeah, I think Boris Johnson is clearly out of his mind.
Do you know what I mean? Does he actually say this to three other people and go, does this sound weird to you?
Yeah.
Before I say it live to the public.
Right. He should do something like that. Maybe he should have like an assistant. Just run it by them every now and again. Yes. Excellent idea.
It's like they write it down on biro and go, let's just go live, Boris, to me. And I'm really thinking, who do you say these words to before you go, this is good, yeah, I'll go out there
just
and say it.
Blurts it out.
Here we go.
Yeah,
I mean,
it really frightens me. It really frightens me. I get, my husband actually said it. Look, it sounds like he just writes it on a pad and just goes, yeah, we're live, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I buy that. I buy all of that apart from the writing it on a pad part. I don't think he actually writes it down. I think he just blurts it out.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. He doesn't even write it down. He just goes, oh, well, this is what I'm going to say right now.
Oh, yes.
You know,
all right.
And it really does
scare you. I know, you're scared. This is you scared.
I must admit, me and my husband haven't really been affected by the employment COVID of this, because I'm self-employed, have two businesses. My husband works for a major retailer, never shut down, and he's been working, bless him,
right,
from literally never shut down. He's been working.
What kind of business do you run?
I've got a skincare product business.
A skincare product business?
Yeah, and I've been, because I do online, so I don't have actual contact with my customers.
Oh, well, good thing too.
But my husband works for a major retailer. They did shut down by shops, but he's in the warehouse element. So, right. and we got this sort of what do you call it? Survivor guilt. Is that the right way to say it? Survivor guilt, you're doing okay, but your neighbour isn't. You've got
survivor guilt, right.
I got survivor guilt, really, because we haven't been financially affected by this.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of friends that have, and it's a terrible time for everybody.
Well, you could you could dole out some money.
We have been doing that. We've been doing charity work. Doing lots of stuff.
Right. Well, thanks for the charity work.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your good work.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of stuff and helping neighbours, and anything they need. We've been going to shops for them, and And my husband, he works nights anyway, so he's home in the morning and he does like a pickup.
Well, maybe he would like to go to a pub at 6 o'clock in the morning. That sounds like an excellent idea.
He can't actually drink because he works nights, so 12-hour.
Yeah, but when he gets home, I mean, presumably that's very early in the morning.
No, because alcohol is in your system for 12 hours. So if he gets pulled over by the police, he is still logic with alcohol in his system.
Okay, then.
But he works 4 on, 4 off, so he gets his 4 off. And he sort of blitz it a little bit.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yes. He makes up for lost time.
Booze.
Yeah,
he makes up for lost time, yeah. But,
all right, okay.
Yeah, I totally disagree with what Boris said today. He
which
has
bit?
No idea.
Which bit?
All of it.
All of it, right.
I mean, literally, you can have thousands of people on a beach. You can go to a restaurant tomorrow, which I don't choose to do. We've been isolating, all the time we've been told, and we don't believe it's time to come out yet.
Well, the problem with that is listen to me. The problem with that is that there is no good time to come out because we're not going to get a vaccine for this. We're not going to get a cure. It's very unlikely.
You're talking about you literally are. My sister's a doctor. There's about 4 years before we get a vaccine.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I just said. We're very unlikely to get a vaccine even in 4 years, and so there is going to be no good time to come out, which means that there was no time to go. No good time to go in.
Yeah, that's right. Where you can say, well, you can go and sit in a restaurant, you can go and sit in a pub, but you can't play a game of cricket.
Yeah, insane.
Most socially distant game you could ever do.
Yeah, it's like we're back now to where we were at the beginning of this conversation, which seemed like, 4 or 5 hours ago. Thanks a lot, Jan. Stephen tweets, every nurse, every doctor, every teacher, every policeman and every care worker should start on £50,000. Who doesn't want good hospitals, good security, good teachers, good NHS and good care when they get old? The best in the world. Now, are you saying that we have the best healthcare and security and teachers in the world? Because that is, I think, verifiably untrue. But it would be nice to have that. I'm not sure that starting everybody at 50 grand would actually make that happen. But it would make the people that you just described happier. Not necessarily happy, but happier. Abby in Surrey says, Nick, why not get an exercise bike? I've been using mine in the privacy of my dining room since January. It's helped my arthritis immensely as well as my gait. That's GAIT. Not the entrance at the bottom of her drive, because that wouldn't make any sense. Dave in Forest Hill says, Trump is president because of a margin of victory in the Electoral College of 77,000 votes spread across 6 states. In all 6 states, Trump is polling underwater with those voters, in some cases by double digits. A second Trump term, while not impossible, is highly unlikely. Yeah, don't forget the cheating part. There's going to be an enormous amount of cheating. Don't forget that. He is not just going to leave. He's not going anywhere. I think that the depths of his malevolence is yet to be plumbed.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Don't forget that Donald Trump is not a nice person. I think we're going to find out just precisely how not nice he is sometime around about November. That's my prediction. This anonymous text says, do you remember when Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize after 500 drone strikes? Yeah, well, that's just good governing, that is. This is a very early email. It says, it's a David. David. It's not a David, it's the David. The David says, I was in Canterbury in Kent this morning, first time since lockdown. I was most upset to find when we went to a famous pub chain to spend time, as told to by our leader, that we were almost the only ones there. I have saved the British economy single-handed. Can I have a medal or a peerage? Medal or a peerage? You can have a statue, mate. Single-handedly securing the future of this once great nation. I feel the map is turning pink. And it's all down to you, David of Kent. What kind of a person goes to the pub in the morning, by the way? Is it somebody with a drinking problem?
I'm a nutcase.
Perhaps. I didn't see the kind of scenes that I was expecting when I came here. I thought it was going to be chaos. I thought it was going to be carnage out there. I thought blood and vomit was going to be running down the gutters. But nothing. It was very, very quiet. In fact, it was quieter than it was this time last week when nothing was open. But maybe it was the weather. Blimey, a little bit of damp, a bit of grey cloud, and nobody wants to go outside. That's hardly the sort of British pluck that Bozo has been banging on about. I bet he's very upset. Still, at least we're all over the contact tracing.
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
You want to have another go?
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
He was preloading, wasn't he? He was. There's a fellow who wasn't waiting until 6 in the morning today. Getting in the orders early. Now, if you haven't been out, then you may be the smart one, because there's news from America. Now, this came in last week, and I don't think I shared this with you because it's not good news. But this is particularly relevant if you went to the pub or a restaurant today. Higher spending in restaurants. This is a story from America. Higher spending in restaurants has been linked to a surge in new coronavirus cases 3 weeks after those higher surges of, transactions in restaurants. So just wait 3 weeks and we'll find out what today's done. A graph from JP Morgan, which analysed data from 30 million credit and debit card holders, shows connections between spending patterns and the spread of the deadly virus. The stark new research found that a surge in restaurant spending appears to be a predictor of a surge in infections 3 weeks later.
Oh, no.
The level of spending in restaurants was the strongest predictor of the new rise in virus cases over the subsequent 3 weeks, wrote an analyst, an expert in possession of facts. So nobody was remotely interested in what they had to say. Arizona, Louisiana and West Virginia recorded the smallest declines in restaurant spending compared with the same time last year, and the two former states are now recording surges in new infections. So in other words, the less the reduction in restaurant spending, the more the COVID cases. I know that's a complicated way of putting it, but do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Good. By contrast, the District of Columbia and Massachusetts witnessed the sharpest drops in spending in restaurants, and cases of COVID there have been in steady decline. So that seems to be fairly clear. I mean, it's blooming obvious, isn't it? That the effect of going out is going to be an increase in cases. And then what? I am just curious what's going to happen. Because the cases are going to go up, they're bound to, unless there's some sort of magic dust that Boris has sprinkled over us. Unless he's come up with some sort of cure, he's going to beat it with British bluster. So I would predict that it seems likely... No, not that I would predict that it seems likely. It seems likely that us leaving the house now is going to increase the incidence of COVID. And then what? We're going to get locked down again? That's impossible. How can we do it again? This is the problem with the lockdown. What happens next? What happens when we all creep out of our little hovels and start, mixing with other people, swapping saliva with strangers? And then it all kicks off again. Then what? We're going to ignore it? And if we do, then that means that the lockdown was unnecessary in the first place. That would be an admission of error. Card-present restaurant transactions are particularly predictive of the virus spread, researchers said, because this indicates when people are dining at restaurants rather than ordering online for home delivery or pickup. Conversely, increased spending at supermarkets was linked to a slower spread of the virus. So we're damned if we do, and we're damned if we don't. We can stay home and crash the economy, even worse than it already has, by not spending our money. Or we can go out and we can catch a virulent disease. Your choice. This text says, I lost the lottery again tonight. I'm starting to think it could be fixed. Well, I keep buying those lucky tickets, but there's nothing lucky about them. Angela tweets, I had my hair done today and there was plenty of chit-chat through the visor. No problem at all. I did notice very few restaurants or pubs open. Even some shops were shut, but plenty of police mingling outside the few bars that were open. Yeah, I was surprised. I thought that the whole of London would be an explosion of activity, and it seems like way over half of the places that I passed hadn't bothered to open. Maybe they just will never open. That's entirely possible, I suppose. I mean, it is like the Blitz. I know I keep saying this, but it is like the Blitz, I imagine. I'm not old enough to have experienced it, but I imagine it's like this. You scurry down into the underground, and at that moment, everything upstairs is okay, untouched, not on fire. Only when you emerge do you know what the damage is. And we are, at this moment, emerging, so we don't know what the damage is yet. But we'll find out. Arnold texts, Steve Allen has warned us not to believe everything you say. I wonder what made him say that. Okay. Already, the Steve Allen obsessives. Why can't you leave me alone? How do they get my number? Murray emails, to answer your question on what happens to hair trimmings. Yes, the amount of hair that is going to be produced over the next week or so will probably be the greatest amount of hair waste that has ever been created at any time. I mean, there's nothing that we've gone through like this before, ever. So there's going to be a mountain of it. What's going to happen to it? Maybe Murray has the answer, if only I would just read on. To answer your question on what happens to hair trimmings, most of the time it just goes in the general waste bin. Really? Hair trimmings can live for 2 years after being cut. Live? It's not a worm. My DNA is living in the landfill, making islands in the Maldives. I've never heard such a load of old rubbish in all my life. What does happen to hair waste? It can't just go in the general waste, can it? Does it actually... because it doesn't break down, does it? People are being dragged out of pyramids in sarcophagi, and everything has been reduced to dust apart from their hair and their teeth. So what do they do with the hair? And Jonathan emails, I think the government will be happy after today. A steady return to normal life with no chaotic scenes. Well, I looked through the Mail Online. I poured through that, expecting, endless pictures of people vomiting, and there was almost none at all. There was one, but I think that they put them all up at about 7 o'clock this morning. So people would have had to started really early to be vomiting at 7 o'clock in the morning. It seems unlikely, but I would imagine that they're still collecting photographs now, and that we will see the full horror that is unfolding throughout the land. Unless it isn't. Unless you know better. Let me know. 0345 6060 973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Friday and Saturday night at 10, Nick Abbott, LBC. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay. Never mind. I'll carry on. I think perhaps they have not given me control downstairs. Do you want to go and tell them about that? Because there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, all the lights are flashing here. Everything seems to be in its place. I don't believe I've done anything wrong. I'm a good boy, I am. So this came out yesterday. Pubs and restaurants could face months of dire trading, with less than a fifth of Britons planning to immediately return when they open. And that is the kind of feeling that I got today. It looked like that people weren't really that keen to go back out again. Once you've been stuck in your hole, it's very... I mean, if you've been stuck there through being, frightened to death, then it's going to be very difficult to get us all back out again. That's my suspicion. Which is why I keep saying that Sweden has got it right. They didn't lock down in the first place, which means that they'll have less trouble getting Swedes to come back out again. Same in Japan. They didn't do a lockdown either. It's very interesting what happened in Japan. Almost no excess deaths at all. Like, at all. No lockdown. But they do have a history of wearing masks. And Japanese tourists in London, for years now, they've been identifiable by the fact that they wear masks. And I always thought, the air in London is bad, but it's not that bad. They're making a bit of a scene about it, not the sort of thing that we British would do. We'd just breathe in all of that poison. We'd rather die than make a scene. But I completely understand that if people come over from somewhere that has less pollution, that they'd want to protect themselves. I've got Zeta in the wrong mode. What does that mean? Huh?
Can I talk to him? Yeah.
Zeta in the wrong mode. Does anybody have any idea what that means?
Just maybe type it.
An ecstasy of fumbling. Don't come in here. I've got it. Like it's my fault. Oh, I see. The consumers ranked eating and drinking at... Yes?
Press that button for the break.
What?
Press that button for the break.
Press that button for the break?
Yeah.
OK, then. And you're sure that that'll work, don't you? Well, we'll find out. Isn't it exciting? Consumers ranked eating and drinking out as their highest priority activity after lockdown. But only 2 in 5 plan to return before August. And less than a fifth immediately. This is according to new polling by RBC Capital Markets, which sounds like a financial institution to me. The bank's survey also found that more than half of drinkers and diners expected to go out less often than they did before the COVID-19 struck. And that, I would suggest, is precisely because of the lockdown. If we'd done a Sweden and we hadn't scared everybody to death and put us in for 3 months, then it wouldn't have been as difficult to get us back out again. I think I should be running the country. Hands up who's in agreement. Keep them up while I count. No one. Steve, how are things working out with you, Steve?
Hello, Nick. Is that Nick?
Yes, Steve.
Yes, hello, this is Steve. Well, Nick, a couple of things today, really. One, I go to this. I've been going to this this barber for years and years and years.
A hair wrangler.
Yes, I mean, at the moment, as I said to you a while ago, I look like the bass player in Lindisfarne in 1972.
Well, I can beat that. I look like the guitarist in Free.
Yeah, God, they were hairy in the early...
They were very, very hairy, despite the fact that they were all about 12 years old. It's very strange about Free. They were teenagers, they were like about 16, 17 years old, and they were making music that sounded like they were in their 60s.
They were genius. I mean...
Well, let's not get carried away. Geniuses. They played blues. They weren't geniuses.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, looking back, it's... Wow, they were good. Anyway.
Yeah. Wow.
Yowza. So I didn't manage to get my hair cut because, there was a...
Why did you want to go to... Of course there would be a queue today. Don't go now. Don't go tomorrow. Don't go this week.
I was kind of...
And there's a very good reason for that.
Yes, I was en route.
Are you not remotely interested?
Yes. Well, there's a reason for that. Yes. Everyone's going to get their hair cut today.
Of course, the person who's doing the cutting is going to be exhausted. They're going to be asleep on their feet. And you want to get an expert technician in his or her absolute prime. You don't want to get somebody tired doing your hair. As important as your looks are.
But my hedge trimmer would have done me.
Yes.
But anyway, then I went to the pub, which is a local pub I've been going to for God knows a long, long time.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a melancholy thing. There's a group of guys that a friend of ours had died, and he died 3 weeks ago, and the funeral hadn't been arranged, so we kind of met up in order to what are the rules? What can we do? You know, and apparently there's only four attendees and plus family. So
those are the rules.
Apparently, yeah. So
for pubs or for funerals?
For funerals.
Four attendees plus family.
Plus family.
Somebody wrote that down. That's a rule.
Apparently, yeah. That's what one of the chaps said, and he's always seems to be right. So we had to sort of decide who's going to go.
Really? Who is? Really? What's the name of this fellow? Maybe you'd like to do this show.
Well, Danny, but I won't give any more away.
Right.
But it was very melancholy, very sad, because we did love this guy, and we basically found out that we can't really go to this funeral.
No.
So we kind of thought, well, perhaps we could meet here. So we talked to the man, and we've all been going to this pub for a long time. 20, 30 years, some of us. And he said, yeah, we can do a little do at the back there. And it was all very well done. It was all socially distanced. And I must admit, I had a couple of pints.
Socially distant? But that probably wasn't true, though. I mean, what do you mean by socially distant? You didn't get anywhere near anybody else who was there? 6 feet between you and anybody else?
There was six of us.
Yeah.
And we were kind of we're all relatively intelligent people. And so we kind of know what's going on. And it's a nice place. It's a nice pub.
Is this going anywhere, by the way? I mean,
I don't know. What am I supposed to be talking about?
I don't know.
I haven't got a clue.
I don't know. You called me.
Yeah, I know. But what I did today really is indicative of what the times are now. Like haircut, strange times in the pub.
Yeah. I'm not completely satisfied with the year 2020. I don't know about you. I mean, if we bought it at M&S, at least we'd be able to take it back for an exchange. But I suppose we're stuck with it.
We are, and it didn't. I don't know. It was odd, and it's all very odd. And I haven't been out really, because that's probably the first time I've been out to the park and stuff. But
what's odd is that our lives have been taken away from us. All the things that we used to think that were very important to us and were an integral part of our existence, and we stopped doing them. And to my mind, all of the things that I used to do and think were important aren't important at all.
No, they're not. I agree. I mean, I've kind of quite almost enjoyed it. Obviously, not the
Well, I did. I didn't almost enjoy it. I have enjoyed it, being in. Man, the weather had a lot to do with it. Now, I do have an outside space. I've got a garden, which is very nice, and I'm lucky to have it. But if it had been freezing cold and raining these last 3 months, then that would have been a different story. But so far, apart from the last couple of weeks, it's been one of the best summers ever. I mean, we had a month of summer in spring. So, I mean, it was fantastic. And all of the things that I used to think were, vital to my being, like going to restaurants and pubs and bars and just going into town and going to galleries and seeing art shows and all of that sort of thing. Come to find out, I can live without all of it.
I know. You know something. As I've got older, Nick, it's going out is a pain. I can't stand it.
How old are you?
I was born in 1960, Nick.
1960, which is an excellent year to be born. Yeah.
We're getting there. You kind of guess.
Yeah, we lived through the that whole prog rock era, and and 50 years later, we look like we're in Focus.
Groovy. We do. Yeah. Although facial hair, I've managed to control my facial hair.
Right. Well, that's easy enough. It's the stuff that grows out the top of your head that's the problem.
It's lovely. It's not lovely. It's just I don't want it to go back to normal.
Yes, well, neither you nor anybody else. I have detailed files, and I'll be laying the numbers on you a little bit later. But previous to this, Just the concept of living in the country, away from a city, filled me with horror. What on earth do people do out there, I used to think. But now, having essentially done that while not going into the countryside, but I might as well have done because I haven't done anything the last 3 months, that kind of lifestyle holds a great attraction. What are we doing tomorrow? Nothing. Great. What are we doing the day after that? Nothing. Oh, it couldn't get any better than that. Has he gone? He has. He's hung up on himself. I'll guess that he was completely delighted. He couldn't have been more pleased with the way that conversation was going, so he put the phone down, while he was on and up. 0345 6060 973. Laurie texts, "Good evening, Mr. Abbott. Beware, it's a full moon."
Warning, warning.
That explains a lot. And Jonathan says, "I think that the government will be happy after today. A steady return to normal life with no chaotic scenes." Well, not so far, not that I've seen. Of course, I haven't had the information come in from Leeds or Newcastle or Manchester or the West End of London or north, south, east, and west. What's it been like in Cornwall, for instance? What's it like in France and Spain? What's it like in Australia? Well, maybe we'll find out. This anonymous text says, "My name is Emma from Sutton." Right. Well, that's good to know. If you stay there, Emma, in Sutton, then I'll always know where you are. Don't move a muscle. That was nice. She sent me an anonymous text telling me what her name was and where she's living. Thanks, Emma, from Sutton. Peter text, "Was Barnard Castle open today?" Oh, and I had no idea my hair was, quotes, alive. No, I didn't know that either. The stuff you learn on this show is like an educational, isn't it?
No.
Mariam texts, "I think the organisations that didn't open today did so because they were sure there would be a large amount of people wanting drinks, haircuts, etc., without maintaining the prescribed distances. They're watching what happens in the next few days, and then will decide. I have a landmark birthday next week, and will be staying at home." Masks were mandatory in shops like they are in Scotland, but maybe they will be eventually. Well, eventually it's too blooming late. I am not an expert. That's fairly apparent, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, not an expert. But it seems to me that if we had just worn masks at the very beginning of this, if it had been mandatory, and we had continued our lives as before, then everything would have been fine. Ish. It would have been fine-ish. But, I'm like Donald Trump. I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
And I know nothing.
I know nothing.
0345 6060 973. Here's Tottenham. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Nick.
Tom.
I got checked. Can you hear me okay? Because
yes.
I usually talk on speaker, and the
right.
geezer told me to turn it off.
No, don't put us on speakerphone.
Well, I did. I spoke to you on speakerphone. It worked fine. But anyway, never mind.
Don't do that. Don't ever do that again. No speakerphone.
Have you used that guy before? The one in the hole? I mean, the one who answers the telephone.
Well, you wish to make a complaint?
All right. I don't know where that came from. He's in the hole.
Right.
From now on, he's in the hole.
Yeah. Anyway.
You used to do this thing years ago with this woman in 2012. September, must have been 2013. Probably started before. But
what, Carol McGiffin?
You had a really... Well, I don't think so. You had somebody on the radio. Maybe it was her.
Did she sound like this?
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I've been listening to your shows with her.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not... you're great. Mm-hmm. We like the entertainment.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, don't let it go to your head.
No, of course not. Would I ever do that?
No.
Well, you are appreciated. I mean, for God's sake, no need to be so miserable about it. But you had a really good double play with that woman.
Yeah, Carol McGiffin.
Yeah.
It couldn't be. Or did you have her answering your cell phone?
No. Anyway, where's this going? What are you talking about? I have no idea which woman. They come and they go. They change every week. I've got no idea who's through the glass. No offence.
Okay, well, no, I feel for you and I kind of understand. You know that geezer?
But that's an interesting way of putting it. They're in the hole, and they put the lotion in the basket, or they get the hose again.
No, they are in the hole, and they just have to run and run and run.
Anyway, Tom, what's up?
Well, nothing really.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm glad you called.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, 0345 6060 973. What on earth was that about? Anybody know what that was about?
No.
Dan tweets, I won't be going to pubs or restaurants anytime soon. The problem for me is that it's impossible to determine whether or not other people are exercising the proper precautions to prevent the spread of the virus, such as washing hands and using sanitizer. Of course, and it will always be impossible to know whether other people have been using the necessary precautions or taking them. So you have to do it yourself. This is a DIY job, this is. Take your own precautions. But you're not alone. 62% of customers said the top factor on where they eat and drink out will be based on social distancing measures. 62%. But about that number said that they didn't want to go out and eat and drink anyway, even though that was the most important thing to them when planning on what to do when everything reopens. We're very, very confused. I think that is 100% right. Less than 20% of respondents intended to visit a pub or restaurant immediately upon reopening, and 30% have no plan to do so before the end of the year. Oh, good grief. Everything is, I mean, I don't wish to sound negative, but everything is doomed. All because we locked down. I restate my case. In the future, people will look back at this period in time and think that this is the biggest overreaction to anything in history. If we just put masks into the hands of the general public in large amounts and told everybody to wear one and carry on as before, then we wouldn't be in this mess. Unless you know otherwise, in which case you must correct me. Nick texts, why am I lay in bed listening to fireworks? Is it for Silly Saturday or July the 4th, not in America? Let's have Streatham. Robbie.
Yeah, hi Nick. You know your name is another name for the devil, so how the devil are you, old boy?
Very well, thanks. Nice of you to ask.
And in fact, actually, I have... you must live in a monastery.
Must I?
With a name like Abbott.
Yeah.
And I live in a monastery too, but I'm my name is slightly different.
Right. You're not a listener with material, are you?
Oh no.
I think so.
Yes, indeed. I have many dirty habits.
Okay.
Which I've got to wash
time is running out faster than you know. So I think it is a full moon. That's the answer to the question that we're asking. Susie tweets, just finished catching up with Love Island. Finished. Thumbs up emoji. As though that's an achievement. It's television, Susie. You don't get any points for watching television. It's lean back entertainment, not lean forward. Love Island. Why would anybody watch that? I mean, do you feel as though you've just had a 3-course meal of pudding? Do you feel a little bit dirty, Susie? Do you feel as though perhaps you could have done something better with your life? Like not watching Love Island might have been a better choice. People, if you stop watching those programs, they will stop making them. I promise that's true. It still sounds like I'm doing a show in a wind tunnel, doesn't it? I don't know why. I haven't changed anything. It weren't me. I ain't done nothing. Rob texts, Nick, you missed a great party in White City Estate last night. Free entry and live entertainment. Yeah, no, it's a no from me. I've stopped going to that sort of thing years ago. I am not down with the kids. Even if I do seem hip and with it. Let's have, who's been waiting the longest? Be totally fair about this. Claire. Camden.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
I have to do a rant.
What?
And it's based a rant.
A rant?
And it's, yeah.
Right.
And it's based on my respect for the people who work for the NHS. I see nurses in their uniforms outside of hospitals or any other establishments.
What?
And nurses in their uniforms.
Outside establishments. Yeah, what establishments?
Well, whether it's a hospital or something else.
Oh, okay. Right. You see them out and about in public in their uniform, yes.
Yeah. And also doctors working inside hospitals, seeing patients inside hospitals in the clothes they came in.
Oh, right. So the rant is about them bringing their filthy scrubs out into the general public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's this.
I got that wrong.
It's it's this, but also bringing the bacilli or germs or whatever from the outside inside.
Oh, right. So okay, the other way around. Them wandering about, maybe going to out and getting lunch or getting hammered in between, in between shifts,
and going
and then going back in, right?
Yeah, and going using the transport, so wearing the same uniforms.
Ugh. Yeah, that's not good.
And my second rant.
Oh, that was a rant? That wasn't really... I don't think that really classified as a rant. That was more just a comment.
Yeah, yes. And it's also because they're sabotaging their hygiene.
Yeah. But I just think, as far as rants go, that wasn't really right up there with them. I think you need to work on your ranting.
Okay.
You're way too calm to be classified as a ranter. You want to work yourself up a bit. Get a good head of steam going. Try shouting.
I can't shout. Okay, and the other one
and the other
is
rant.
About it's about black uniforms in any position which has to do anything with food, whether it's an eatery or in the special how do you call them, where they sell the special cheeses or cheeses. Yeah, what's special?
What's special about them? What's special about them?
In supermarkets, they have these special counters where they sell
special cheeses.
Yeah, and also meats and what
meats.
else?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the fashion seems to be to wear black in all these places.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know that the person who is handling my food is clean and their hands are clean.
Yeah.
And their uniforms are clean also. But
well,
black,
you can't see it if it's black. It could be riven with filth.
And where in canteens also, and in canteens, the people who work in canteens wear also black. Caps, some kind of caps.
Yeah.
And when I look at these caps, I wonder when was the last time they were washed?
Washed, exactly. Never. I would guess.
Disgusting.
Probably never washed.
Why is this fashion in restaurants? Why do they think wearing black makes them more glamorous or what?
No, it just covers up the filth. They have to. It's true. I imagine that's exactly why they wear black. Is because it looks smarter for longer, and they don't have to wash it. And so they're walking around with all sorts that have dripped down them, and will consequently find their way probably into your mouth. Oh. There's another excellent reason not to go out to a restaurant.
Yeah, and gradually this was in some more expensive restaurants, and gradually this became the fashion in every eatery.
Yeah. Well, when was the last time you went out to an eatery?
when I paid more attention to these caps on the heads of people working there. I don't want to go there.
No, I don't want to go there. What's the address? don't tell me. So that was your second rant. Well, I think we got off lightly there. I mean, we were promised 2 rants, or we were threatened, I think, but it was more accurate. We were threatened with 2 rants.
Warning, warning.
And they came and went almost without incident.
And I have a third one.
Oh, okay. Third one. Yeah, without overstaying your welcome. And in closing, yes.
About washing hands again.
Yeah.
In hospitals, I have seen people who work there with their badges on their proudly stuck on their uniforms, going into the cubicle, going out of the cubicle, wetting their hands, not washing but wetting, letting the water run, and then wetting their hands under the water, and then immediately, obligatory, they will use at least 2 paper towels.
Yeah.
And that's all.
So they're not actually cleaning their hands, they're just smearing the germs over them.
Why do they do it? Do they do it because they want to be seen to wet their hands?
Or maybe they're just giving you material for ranting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If there was nobody to see them there, would they even wet their hands?
Right. And if there was nobody to see it, would a tree make a noise if it fell in a forest? Surveys that have come out that suggest that we don't want to go back to how life used to be. That we've been given an indication of how life could be. And we thought, hey, that doesn't look that bad. I quite like the feel of this. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, really, to remake the world in a better way, because we certainly have been screwing things up. It's almost as though we've been deliberately trying to screw things up. We have been so successful in doing that. And it's not to the benefit of the majority of the people, the way that we used to live our life. It's to the benefit of a very small, a vanishingly small number of people to whom all of the spoils accrue. The rest of us are just like hamsters on a wheel. And this has forced us to see how life could be. And people have thought, hey, yeah, what are we doing? This constantly striving to keep up, to earn more money, to do what with? We just throw it away on stuff we don't need. Frothy coffees, for instance. If you've got a frothy coffee habit, and you go into one of the 8 billion coffee shops that are between you and your work, and you get a coffee once a day and a muffin every now and again, it costs you about £1,000 a year. Work it out. All of which you could do without. Am I right? I mean, you'd be a svelter for a start. And then your new phone. Every year, the evil tech companies bring out a new phone, which makes you feel like a complete loser for having bought your phone last year. And so you go out and buy a new one for £1,000. It's insane. A car. People change their car every 3 years. What for? Cars are meant to last 20 years. I've got a car that's 20 years old, and it still starts up every time. Well, having said that, I haven't started it for about 2 weeks now. But I'm, hoping. It amazes me every time it starts up. It starts up every single time, and I bet I'll try it tomorrow, just to tick it over every now and again. But I'm probably the only person who's got a car that old in the whole of London. You know, that ULEZ charge that the mayor of... Who is a complete mayor, by the way? The mayor of London. The ultra-low emissions charge, which actually isn't. It's not an ultra-low emissions charge. I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be all electric. Come to find out that pretty much every car that is currently on the road is perfectly fine, and you can carry on regardless. But I had to get another car just because that one was going to get fined off the road. And it was just going to be just me, being the only person who's got a car quite that old. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with that car. It works perfectly. Okay, it leaks a bit, but that's not a problem with the mechanics of it. That's just a rubber seal. But this insane, this like throwaway society. I mean, imagine how wrong the society has got when a car is now a throwaway object. And we've been hypnotised into believing that this is how life should be. And it's very, very difficult to think outside that box because everybody's just spending all of their time trying to keep up, working 12 hours a day. All of these things that were supposed to give us more time. All of these labour-saving devices, like a computer, for instance. Is a computer a labour-saving device?
Negative.
Well, you'd think that it would be, but it turns out it isn't. Because people with them work harder than we used to when we didn't have one. You know, the internet's only been around since 1990. Amazing, but true. That's an actual fact. And before that, people used to work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, with probably an hour off for lunch. When was the last time anybody worked like that? No, you work from the moment you get up in the morning because you check your emails on your phone, which has been on all night long beside your bed, just in case. And then you're checking your emails and you're writing your whatever it is that you do during the day as you're on the bus or the train going into work. And then you work until from the moment that you get in and you have your lunch at your desk. There is no break. And you get up at 6, but you stay till maybe 6:30 because most of the other people are staying that long too, and you don't want to be the one that looks like they're leaving the building early. And then you're continuing to check your emails on the way home. It's berserk how much people work now. And that continues at the weekend and on holiday. And everything stopped. It was as though the earth had been yanked out from underneath us, and we saw where we were. And people have had some kind of revelation. And they don't want to go back to that old life again. With great justification. The world is built on exploitation. And it's not just people in the third world that are being exploited. It's people in the second and the first world too. And so survey after survey after survey is coming out with a very strong result that people don't want to return to their old life. And I'll get into the numbers of it after the new news. But first off, let me take this call in Middlesbrough. Hello, Danny.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'm going to ask about the
Hello.
The 14-day quarantine period.
14-day quarantine period, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously between us and America now, there's a 14-day quarantine period.
Quarantine period, yeah, after the contact tracing.
Contract taste.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's retroactive, because there was a Mr. N. Farage. Yeah. No, wait, that's too obvious. Mr. Nigel F.
Mm-hmm.
Who was 12 days ago at a Tulsa rally in America.
I think it was just him and Donny having a love-in together.
Yeah,
there was going to be 1 million people going there, but unfortunately they got pranked by some teenagers. Isn't that awful?
Yeah, that's the one. Certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
But it turns out at that rally, unfortunately, some people were diagnosed with
stupidity.
Coronavirus.
Yeah. Oh, the virus.
This was less than 12 days ago now.
Yeah, awful.
Less than 12 days ago. So this 14-day quarantine period.
Yeah, I would encourage all of Donny's fans to squash together and breathe on each other.
Yeah, so I would encourage anyone who was at that rally to not go to any pubs in the UK today.
Well, I don't think anybody would. Nobody at that rally would have gone to a pub today. They certainly wouldn't have posted a picture of themselves in said pub, because that would be...
oh, of course not. No, nobody called Nigel. Nobody called Nigel would have gone to that rally.
That would have been stupid.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, who would have done that?
Posted a picture of them at a pub today, right? Nobody would have done that.
Right.
Nobody called Nigel.
Yeah, okay. All right. I think you're fresh out of material. Thanks a lot, Danny. 0345 6060 973. Susie tweets, oh, no, I've read that. She is so delighted that she wants me to read it twice. Just finished catching up with Love Island. Finished. Thumbs up emoji. as though it's a great achievement. Well, I suppose that does constitute an achievement these days. I mean, nobody reads books anymore. How dull is that?
Boring!
No, people feel a great sense of achievement if they finish a series of reality programs. Susie tweets, thanks for the shout-out, feeling fabulous. Then a series of blobs that pass for messages now. Everybody's talking to each other via cartoons. It's ridiculous. Stop using emojis, people. Is that you telling me that they're called emojis?
Yeah.
I know that. I know they're not blobs. How old do you think I am? I know they're emojis, and anybody over the age of 10 should not be communicating by such a thing. Birthday, the NHS. You don't look a day over 75. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text says, are you planning on doing your normal show next month for your big birthday? Whose big birthday? Oh, my big birthday. Yeah, that's right. I've got a big... Never mind about the NHS. It says, also, I turned 25 last month, so I'm feeling a little old. Is it all downhill from here? Yes, it absolutely is. Yeah, you wait till you get to my age. I bet you're not used to being 25. I bet 25 sounds pretty old to you. Yeah, you just wait. The worst is yet to come.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Lewisham. Nope, there it is. Patrick. Oh my God. Patrick.
Hello, Nick.
Yes, there you are.
Oh, there you are, mate. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nick, for keeping us entertained in lockdown. I'm loving the sound effects as well. I was really happy when you brought them back, actually.
Ah, yeah, well, me too. Thanks.
How come you weren't allowed them? Was it just because it was a bit too serious for a bit of a period, and then you...
Well, I was working from
bring in
home.
a few jokes later.
No, I was working from home, and I don't know why, but apparently it's impossible to play a sound effect from home. Don't ask me why. It's technical.
Okay. Right, you haven't got many assistants, have you? So
no, me? No, I'm a one-man band, pretty much.
Right. Well, Nick, actually, I wanted to pull you up on a few things about the lockdown.
Yes.
I do broadly take a lot of your points. Like, Sweden is a very interesting country to look at.
Yeah.
But
so is Japan.
I think you may be slightly cherry-picking, though, because there are countries that haven't done much of a lockdown at all, like Brazil. US has been very sparse, and they have probably done worse than us. So
yeah, they've definitely done worse than us. Even worse than us, if you can believe that. Yeah. But then Japan didn't do a lockdown either, and they've done fantastically well. Almost zero extra deaths. Zero.
Do you know what I think explains? So I've studied a bit of public health at uni, and one of the things I think explains that is how much contact tracing some of these countries have done, because that is actually, I think, turning out to be very, very crucial.
Perhaps, but interestingly, Japan didn't do that. They've done less contact tracing than we have, and would probably have as much difficulty in pronouncing it as our current PM.
Contact tracing.
Yeah, you're going to be using that one for a while.
For a while, yeah.
But the other thing, though, you say what's changed as well, and not to be argumentative, but I think there have been a few things that have changed, like the dexamethasone. You know, that's an example of how we've improved the treatment protocols over the kind of last few months.
What's Dexy what now?
Dexamethasone is a drug that's used when people are quite advanced stage of the disease, maybe on ventilators, and it's had quite a large mortality reduction. They even wheeled out the Oxford professor who did the study at one of the press conferences, I think.
What, they wheeled him out? What, like Hannibal Lecter?
Well, yeah. It was quite good, because you don't usually get people that have done these kind of studies being at the press conferences, right. So I quite liked that, and I think that was a really good result. So people that go into hospital now, that's at least one plus that we've got now.
Well, what's interesting is that what's interesting is that either the medical profession have learned how to treat this more effectively, or the disease itself is getting less virulent because people are dying of it less. In fact, you get more or less the same curve. I mean, apart from America, which is, a very special case. The curve seems to be more or less the same, regardless of which country you look at and what they have actually done to mitigate the effects of the virus. It goes up, it peaks at a pretty much the same point after the first infection, and then it just slopes away.
No, absolutely. I think for me that's been absolutely fascinating to see how so many countries have had a very similar pattern as you described, but they've had varying degrees of precautions and lockdown. But even New York, which, America's been fairly sparse and they've had large protests as well, but even in New York it's come rapidly down even with the protests. So I think that may speak to a possible immunological hangover from common cold, for example, because they're coronaviruses as well, let us not forget.
Well, perhaps.
So,
I mean, they're saying that Japan has done particularly well because it may have some immunity from having gone through SARS.
SARS,
I can't remember what the other one was called. But
MERS.
But it might be that the virus itself is becoming less deadly because it's not in the interest of the virus to kill its hosts. It's in the interest of the virus. I mean, I know it's not a conscious being, but it's, these things evolve at a rapid pace. And the mutation that doesn't kill us is the one that will be most successful. So it might be that people are catching a less harmful version of the virus because there's fewer people dying. The slope is, going away.
I think that's probably, there may be some of that. I think but also viruses can mutate in the other direction. So that's
absolutely, yeah.
Careful of, but
what frightens me is that, and I've mentioned this before, that we are now living in a germ-free world. I mean, who ever used to wash their shopping before they put it in the fridge? I do. I've only just stopped washing my eggs because somebody, I think it was last week, told me that was very, very dangerous. Don't wash your eggs. But everything else gets washed, taken out of boxes, and all of the rest of it. I've never done that before in my life, so I'm now living in a germ-free world, and so most of the rest of us are washing our hands constantly, covering ourselves in antiseptic squirt, and with the consequence probably that our immune system is becoming less and less strong, and so anything that comes along now is much more likely to lay us out.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. I think I'm more worried for children because I think we do develop quite a degree of immunity, in particular rapidly when we're children, and these children that are living in a sterile environment, as you say, that's a vital kind of development of their immune system. As you say, I think to adults we don't have to worry too much about that, but I do worry about children in that sense. I think some people have linked allergies to a more sterile environment.
Yes,
I don't know. It's quite debated, but there are certain risks that possibly are associated with that. So, But I think one of the things that's important is that we take the lessons we can learn from this, because as you say, there will probably be another virus at some point.
Bound to be.
And although the virus may be more deadly, if it's more deadly, as you say, it can't pass on its genes as easily, so it may not spread as easily, but there may be something worse around the corner. So we need to look at what's gone wrong with the contact tracing, the PPE, all these things. We need to look at them very carefully and come up with a much better plan for next time.
And do you think that we will? Virus. Because I certainly don't. No. The only thing that anybody learns from history is that nobody ever learns anything from history. We'll be just as unprepared and stunned when the next one comes around.
I like to be more hopeful than that, Nick, but I do understand your point with who's got in charge at the moment with the with gaffes and all that. It doesn't fill me with confidence, Nick, but
not really.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, no. He's not inducing a feeling of confidence in me. Certainly.
Contact testing. Tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah. Is anybody filled with the confidence?
No.
Nick, no. At least we've got a prime minister, as flawed as Boris is, that at least is talking about contact tracing when you've got Trump and Bolsonaro and all these people completely just saying ridiculous things. So at least we've got a prime minister who broadly is saying some sensible things. I think we've got to stay on the bright side of it. You know what I mean?
That really is clutching at straws. We have a Prime Minister who is not verifiably insane. Let's put out the bunting. All right, nice talking to you. Thanks, Patrick. 0345 6060 973. Craig texts, your birthday age is 25 and double it and add 32, and you'll be 134 years old. What? Ben tweets, we need more contract tasting. I know I do. Oh, the smell of it. I could do with a couple of pints of that right now, as a matter of fact. Lynn texts, well done to Susie. Credit where credit's due, Nick. She indeed achieved something by watching Love Island. If you can't get through a whole series of that, or if you can rather get through a whole series of that, you can achieve anything. Yeah, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Excellent work, Susie. We're proud of you.
He's sick. There's something wrong with this guy.
Yeah, from you, I'll take that, Donny. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lewis says, I wonder what we'll think about 2020 when we look back at it in 10 years' time. Will we see it as the start of the apocalypse or as a bit of nonsense? Well, it certainly is not a bit of nonsense, and in 10 years' time, we'll still be paying for this. We're still paying for the last recession, which will be like an afternoon at a funfair park compared to what we're about to be going through. The last recession was not as bad as the one in the 30s. I think it was a contraction in the economy of about 6%, something of that order, wasn't it? 2007, 2008, which was a direct consequence of the loosening of regulations. The relaxation of regulations, which our current Prime Minister is promising he is about to do again.
Warning, warning!
Which we should all be very, very concerned about. Bells should be going off in our minds when we hear politicians say they're going to relax regulations in order to kickstart the economy. He was going to relax regulations regardless. That's part of the plan, I betcha. Betcha. Anyway, like I said before, people don't want to return to how things used to be. A survey of 1,500 people carried out for Bright Horizons, the nursery provider, suggests that many working parents realise that large parts of their job can be conducted remotely. And they believe that their employers will agree. Well, let's put it to the employers. Do you agree?
No.
I bet that some actually do. I mean, they must be paying vast amounts of money for huge buildings of people, most of which, I'm sure, don't actually do anything. I bet that there's millions of people who are in non-jobs, jobs whose existence is to protect management from the consequences of their decisions. That people can be blamed for things going wrong because management certainly wouldn't want to admit that they had got something wrong, so they will get one of their minions to be punished for it. I'm sure that there's office blocks full of people up and down the country who are employed to do nothing much other than be a deflector shield of criticism for management. I bet that's true. Lockdown, it says, has given people a chance to sample new ways of balancing their jobs and family lives, and they have concluded that something must change. Correct, Amundo. Just 13% want to go back to pre-pandemic ways of working. You know, if we're going to think of some positive to take from all of this, it is that we have been shown a different life. A life that was always there, but that we were too wrapped up in trying to keep up with the life that we had fashioned for ourselves that we couldn't see it. A different way of being. Because the life that we have, the pre-pandemic life that we were living, was a life out of balance. I'll say it again. Koyaanisqatsi. Koyaanisqatsi. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
It's my favourite film. And it's a Hopi Indian word which means a life out of balance, which we absolutely are living. Or were until the moment that we all got sent indoors. And told to sit. And we did. I mean, much to my amazement, we did exactly that. We've been very good, haven't we? I'll restate my case. If I had told you last year that we had been sent indoors and told not to come out for 3 months, during which time vast numbers, millions of us, would have lost our jobs, lost our income, lost our future, potentially lost our homes, our relationships would have faltered, lost everything that we thought was permanent in the world. I would have expected riots in the streets, wouldn't you? And absolutely nothing happened. Well, we're not through yet. The game's not over yet. Let's not start kissing and hugging each other yet. This is not a game of football. Nearly 2/3 think their employers will be open to remote or flexible working in the future, as the widespread adoption of Zoom and other online tools has kept many businesses functioning, even as physical workplaces have been shuttered. Okay, here's a tip for people on Zoom. Just get away from the camera. A couple of feet. Raise the camera up to your eye level, because otherwise we're just looking up your nose. I did a Zoom thing. I've only done it once. Only done one Zoom thing, because I'm not a business person and I don't have business meetings. But I did just the other day, and absolutely everybody on there, apart from the people who were actually conducting the meeting, who seemed to have figured this out. Everybody else was staring at their screen, but because the camera's on top of their screen, it was just way too much face. Just back off a couple of feet. And how many people have got bookcases, by the way? I mean, do you have to... Is it essential? Is it like the law now? You've got to position yourself in front of your bookcase? What are you doing with all those books? I mean, it's not like it's an attractive thing, a bookcase. It's like a jumble. I mean, how many times are you going to read those books? What are you keeping them for? They're just collecting dust. Who are you fooling? Is there anything that those books can tell you that you can't get on the internet? 48% of those who work in an office or worked in an office before lockdown said they were considering asking for some more remote working. And if we come out of this, and that is not a consequence, well, at least one consequence of us having been locked in for the past 3+ months, then, well, I'll be stunned. We will have missed a giant opportunity, because the positives from that are just never ending. I mean, you start listing them, and they just continue to multiply and build. I mean, apart from anything else, we can work longer. And I bet that will be the consequence. In fact, I know somebody who's a business person, and he's been working from home, and I said, well, you've been skiving off, because the weather's been fantastic, and his wife's been out in the garden, and she's been sunbathing, and he can see her, having a cocktail at midday, and he's in there in his office, beavering away, and he said, no, the consequence of working at home was actually that he worked longer hours. And I bet that's one of the things that employers were reluctant to, or one of the reasons that employers were reluctant to give their employees the opportunity to work at home. Because I imagine they would have assumed that people would just be bunking off, opening a can of Stella at 10:30 in the morning and watching Trisha all day long. Is Trisha still on? I've got no idea. It would be Piers Morgan, wouldn't it? Piers Morgan all day long.
Oh, no.
But no, comes to find out that people will actually work longer if they work at home. And they'll be saving money, vast amounts of money. I mean, the amount of money that people spend on going in and out of work, this insane rush twice a day, where half of the planet gets up from where they are and travels 15 miles. Or more. Hour or 2 hours sometimes people commute. Which is, I mean, if it's just an hour, that's 2 hours a day, that's 5 days a week, that's 10 hours, that's an extra day of work you can be doing. Plus all the money you save. And the pollution. And it just mounts up and mounts up. The positives of working from home, and about half of those who worked in an office before the lockdown said that they were considering asking for more remote working, and I bet 100% of them would want that. But the 50% who aren't considering it will probably think that they receive the following response.
No.
Yeah, no. Didn't want to ask for fear of getting fired. Almost 1 in 4 believe that a more flexible working life would have a positive impact on them and, by extension, their employers. See, it's a win-win. Almost 1 in 4. Wow, that's 30%. I think you'll find that's right. And there is no strong appetite to work fewer hours. Just 21% favour a reduction in the amount of hours they would be prepared to work. Now, I suspect that that's probably an indication of it's less that they want to work fewer hours, and more rather they don't want to earn less pounds. I think that's probably it. More than half of respondents believe that flexibility would increase their productivity, and well over half, 58%, agree that it would increase their loyalty. Well, pick a hole in that. I mean, if we can't do something with that after having gone through all of this, then we will have missed one of the giant opportunities of this or any other lifetime. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. British business, you must grasp this opportunity. Southsea, hello, Chris.
Oh, my goodness. Hello.
Chris.
Are you there? Yeah?
Yes, Chris.
Yeah. Hi. Hey, you're doing very well tonight, aren't you?
Thanks.
Well, no, it's good to hear somebody talking my language, for crying out loud. You know, it is excellent. And top of the class. I was a teacher.
Do I get a gold star?
Oh, my goodness, that's where all the rot started. You know, that's where all the rot started, man. You know, handing out bloody gongs and this and that to encourage our kids, you know, to be up to our eyeballs. And
well, you've got to give them something to shoot for.
Well, yeah, I've never really agreed with it, you see. I always thought the kids were pretty good at marking themselves. They didn't.
What? Marking their own homework? No.
No, I didn't.
Well, everyone gets an A if they mark their own homework.
No, they don't. You know, kids are more critical of themselves than we'll ever be of themselves.
Well, I'm not sure.
They judge themselves. They judge themselves well, don't they? You remember when you were a kid?
Yes.
When you were a kid, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, you had ideas about who was the best in the class and who was a dunder, didn't you?
But yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
And you also know who was good at this and who was good at that.
Yeah.
And you also know who the good teachers were and who the bad teachers were.
Oh, yes.
And those who encouraged you did it how for you?
Encouraged me.
Yeah, to be who you are now, they're not totally responsible.
Yeah.
But
I don't think anybody encouraged me particularly to do this. In fact, the absolute opposite was true. I don't remember being encouraged particularly in school. I remember the good teachers were the ones that weren't boring.
Ah, yes. But, you know, I mean, they're a bit of a rarity, aren't they?
Yeah, but then that was...
Having been a teacher, you know, there were an awful lot of teachers who seriously, you know, they weren't, particularly suited to the job.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that's true.
They did they did their best and everything, but, it is a...
It's a particular skill to impart enthusiasm to a bunch of kids who'd rather be doing something else than learning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, why is that?
Why is what?
Why do the kids want to do something else?
Oh, well, it depends on which class they're in. I mean, if it's like physics or something...
Boring!
Oh, can you imagine double physics?
Yes, I can now, but I couldn't at the time. And that's the problem. We're asking our kids, aren't we, at the age of 7 to, articulate what Pythagoras took 52 years to bloody well do.
Yeah.
We've got a nonsense approach to education now.
You used to be a teacher.
It's a liter. into a
pint pot. You used to be a teacher. Is that what you're telling me? You used to be a teacher.
I still am, I suppose. Really.
Teaching what?
I was an art and design teacher.
Art. Oh, right. Art. Right, one of them wishy-washy subjects. Yeah, you're an art teacher.
Exactly. Watercolours, dear boy. Watercolours, yes.
Yes.
That's wishy-washy. You can't get much.
I suppose so, yeah. That is true, yeah. Anyway, Chris, I've got no idea what this call was about, but it was on the radio and then it wasn't because I have to go. But thanks anyway. Susie tweets, another shout out. Is this the same person as before who was congratulating herself on watching a television programme? Ordinarily you can only tweet once, Susie, but as you've already tweeted twice on this show, I suppose three's a what's the phrase? Three's a magic number. 3 is a magic number.
Rock and roll!
Susie tweets, another shout out. I am creasing sitting here on my own. Considering you have a garden, do you do gardening, lawn, flower beds, weeding? Steve Allen has pots and hanging baskets, apparently. Steve Allen has pot plants.
Want to score some pot?
Harry Hippo tweets, have you seen this? Crazy. Have I seen what? It makes no sense, but weirdly it fits right in. Shepherd's Bush. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Nick. How you doing, fella?
Good, thanks.
I'll just say, wonderful show. I've been laughing my nuts off to your commentary on some of your texts you became. Anyway, I'll cut to the point. You had a previous caller who was ranting in the mildest way I've ever heard a rant in my life. Yeah. I mean, if my ex-wife had ranted at me like that, we'd probably still be married. Mm-hmm. But anyway, she was making the point that NHS staff, she's seen them wearing uniforms and in sort of outside the hospital, going in and out and whatever. In catering, we call that cross-contamination.
Really?
Basically, I've worked in quite a few places, and I've worked in nursing homes where, as a chef, I was not allowed to wear my uniform coming to work. I had to bring my uniform and then get changed at work.
Yeah.
And so I can see her point that why is it that in the catering industry, that is a rule. You go to top hotels, that will be a rule. And yet in hospitals, they're wearing their uniform, they're getting up in the morning, then they're getting on public transport, the tube, and then they're walking into the hospital, so there's a possibility of cross-contamination.
If that is actually happening, that seems to be false. That seems to be an error on their part. I mean, I haven't been on public transport in 3-4 months now, so I don't know that that's actually going on. But if it is, then I think so.
I mean, I haven't observed it myself, but as the point she was making, if she's observed it and that is happening, then that's wrong, because it is cross-contamination.
Yeah.
There's a risk, you know. It's just like, you know, it's no different than if they say when you wash your hands before you go on public transport, or you go out and wash your hands when you get in. So your clothes are the same. They will pick up things.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. So have you been working today?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
In a restaurant?
Yeah, well, no. The restaurant where I was working, they're still not open.
Right.
So basically, I'm actually helping a friend doing some plumbing.
Oh, okay.
So, completely different. Completely different use of the hands.
I guess
and gloves,
yeah.
Fitting a bathroom, yeah.
So is your restaurant, do you know if it's going to open or not? Are they planning or...?
At the moment, they're not planning to. I mean, they've basically stopped the furlough thing. So basically, it's a case of go and find other alternative work or claim a bit of universal credit.
Yeah.
Because the quandary they find themselves in is because of the social distancing thing, and it's a small restaurant.
Yeah.
It works out that, you know, they're probably going to have 4 tables of 2 or something, you know, because they only normally do, you know, sort of like 20, 25 covers a night, or they turn it over. So, as one table becomes free, if it's early enough in the evening, they'll reset it, and if someone walks in. So at the moment, they're looking at, you know, what's the point of opening to just do 20% of the business that we would normally do if we had a full restaurant.
I mean, even good restaurants, even successful restaurants, are on the edge of failure all the time because there's not much profit in food, is there?
No, well, there's not, because I mean it's so regulated now, as it should be, and you know, even to the point of if you get a health inspection come in, they can come in, and because they don't like, let's say, the age of your equipment, because it might be past, it might still work, but it's like 8 years old, so they'll make a recommendation that, that needs to be changed, and so it's almost like as soon as you feel, I mean, from talking to Morris, it's almost like as soon as you have a good year and you're getting ahead, something throws a spanner in the works, so you have to buy a new oven or you have to spend it on this. So you're always just about surviving most of the time.
I mean, isn't it right that restaurants really don't make much money on food and they rely on the profit on drink?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And also, to an extent, especially if they're starting off, they rely on the fact that they build up the reputation and the name so that then they can move into a bigger premises and start to make more money on the food as well, because you've got more turnover. Yeah.
I mean, I just feel so bad for so many places that I used to enjoy going to before all this happened. And I just keep thinking particularly about a place in King's Cross. It's a Thai restaurant. Best Thai food I've ever had, either in Thailand or anywhere else. And it was absolutely tiny. It was a minute place that was crammed with people. You actually had to move tables in order to get in and out of your own seat. Other people had to physically move away so that you could get in or out. And you didn't want to go to the loo because it would entail about 10 people shifting around so that you could weave your way out. So there's no way that they could survive.
Exactly, there's no way, because basically under the new rules they're going to be, whereas let's say they could fit 20 or 30 people, now they're going to be fitting 8.
It's tragic. I mean, they built up a reputation as being one of the best Thai restaurants certainly in London, and deservedly so. It was absolutely fantastic food, and I can't imagine that they'll exist from now.
No. But on a plus point, getting back to one of your other points that you were saying while I was waiting in the break, this is a golden opportunity for business and people in general to find a new work-life balance.
Exactly.
People have actually discovered the things that they took for granted, the value of being at home, actually spending time with their children.
Right.
Or the simple things in life of just, working a few hours at the computer perhaps, and then going into the garden and just listening to the birds or something. It's like, I know it sounds a bit like utopian hippie sort of thing.
No, but it isn't. It's life.
It's actually made people realise because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You can have millions and millions of pounds, all these cars, this, that and the other, but at the end of the day, all you've got is the things that, love, family, health. That sort of thing.
This is a refrain.
Nothing else really matters, does it?
This is a common refrain on this programme. I'm continually banging on about this like some old hippie.
Groovy.
Happiness.
Good man.
Happiness. That's what life should be all about. But it seems to have been lost. That message seems to have been lost. And it is almost looked down upon. Happiness. I mean, that's the sort of thing that you can get perhaps in your old age once you've retired, or maybe at the weekends when you're not in the supermarket. A couple of hours a week you can grasp happiness for yourself. And that's what people expect out of life. But that's not how it should be. Mark, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, one of the other things about the life that we've been shown is not just the working at home part, and I've given you the statistics about that, how people feel about that. They want to do a lot more of that. And it would be beneficial to the entire human race. I mean, just think of the lack of pollution that would be created if the entire working population didn't have to commute. And giant office buildings didn't have to be lit, which they are, it seems, 24 hours a day. You go through the city of London and office blocks that haven't... I bet they're still lit now. Well, I don't know that that's true, but even if it's not true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. I bet they're still lit 24 hours a day now. Why they do that? I've got... well, the only thing I can imagine is that Businesses whose presence in an office block is apparent, in other words, that they are well known for occupying that block, they want it to appear to the outside public, to rival businesses, that they're at work. That's why all the lights are on. Is that helping the human race?
No.
Of course not. So there's that, and there's the air conditioning and the heating and all the rest of it that goes with that. If we all worked at home, then that wouldn't be an issue. And then there's the pollution of cars and, all the rest of it that goes with that. We're being shown a better way of life. And if we go back to the old way of life, as I suspect actually that we will, because the easiest route will be to just recreate the life that we used to have with, extra hand sanitizing, more virus squirt, then we will have missed one of the greatest opportunities that has ever been presented to humankind. How can we possibly miss this opportunity? So many people want it to happen, but I do suspect that we will have this opportunity slip through our fingers just because there's too much invested in going back to the old ways. And part of that investment, of course, is the infrastructure that has come to surround office blocks. I mean, there's so much of it. So many people rely on the income that comes from serving the people that work in office blocks. There's the sandwich people and the business shirt people and the flower people and the jewelers, and it just goes on and on. All those shops that cluster around office blocks. The newspapers. I bet the sales of newspapers have fallen off a cliff. I mean, they were going down at about 10% a year, something like that, year after year after year, such that it was amazing that we still had so many of them. And although people do bang on about, certain types do go on about the mainstream media, we have some of the best press in the world, and we will miss it when it's gone. But the sales of physical papers, I bet, has dropped off a cliff since we all stayed in. I'd be amazed. I'd be absolutely stunned if we still had the same excellent choice of papers at the end of the year. There's going to be one go, at least. Which is it going to be? Placeall, Monash.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing?
I'd like to talk to you about this pub's opening.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad thing for all the good that we've done to contain this virus and do everything correctly. It just seems that it's going in the wrong direction.
Do you really think that we've done things correctly?
Well, whatever the government's done incorrectly, the public have been correct in the fact that they've kept themselves to themselves. They've adhered to all the rules and regulations.
Pretty much, yeah.
And they've maintained it as much as we can.
Yes.
But by in large exposing this to this event, it's a crazy event, because if you look at a simple thing, we have laws in place. Is if you go to the pub and drink more than the equivalent of 2 pints, there are laws that you can get done for drinking and driving, and you'll get reprimanded.
Yeah.
There are no laws in place for someone just turning up, having 2 pints, and infecting someone else. So it's one of the things that we have to look at, the infection rate and the potential infection rate of going to the pub. You tell me, what do you think, after a few pints, what's going to happen with someone's persona, the way they react with one another, and the interaction between two social human beings?
Well, the few pubs that I passed that were open, that had people outside, the concept of social distancing had gone out of the window. There was no such thing. People were just milling about as close as... Because if you're 6 feet apart from somebody, then you're going to have to yell. And if there's a whole crowd full of people that are trying to maintain 6 feet apart from the next person, then apart from anything else, they're going to take up an enormous amount of space, and the yelling is going to be unbearable. So that's just not how human beings communicate with each other.
Of course not. And let me digress one step further, if you don't mind. Let's take it to the elder generation. If you're the elder generation in the pub, who already have a hard of hearing, how are they supposed to interact with each other with this social distancing rule? It cannot happen, can it?
I don't think so. No, a lifetime of socialising has taught us to be at a certain distance, which we maintain always. I mean, not too close, but not too far away. And particularly if you're inside, it's impossible to maintain 6 feet and once they go down to a metre, that's about how far people are apart from each other anyway. So a metre rule is the same as no rule, I think.
I think that effectively we have come to a no rule. The metre has even gone down to 6 inches. And if you look at it, when you get to the pub environment, this is what it's going to entail.
Right. Well, if I'm in a pub and you're 6 inches away from me, Munesh, then I'd ask you to back up a couple of feet.
let's
regardless of the virus. Just back up a couple of foot.
Let's look at this in a real environment. The average bloke, Joe Bloggs, goes to the pub. He has, say, 2 or 3 pints and 1 or 2 more.
Yeah.
Then he looks at a girl. You know, the average minger is going to look more attractive than she is as the number of pints he has. And then before you know it, the tongue is down the throat.
Yeah, and vice versa, might I say, unless we get caught up in the sexism of the moment. Yeah, everybody looks better once you've had a couple of refreshments.
And then you've got tongues down the throat, and then they're infecting everyone else. Yeah, so is this where we want to go?
Right, you can't put your tongue in somebody's mouth if you're 6 feet away from them. That's almost certainly true. Unless you're that guy from Kiss. He could probably do it. All right, thanks a lot, Manesh. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, Gene Simmons could probably do it.
Rock and roll!
03... no, I've just said that. Andy emails, I've been texting for weeks and not even a mention, mate. Harsh, mate, harsh. Maxine says, you've just scared the life out of me. What's this about not washing eggs? Please tell me I'm still washing mine. I'm manic about all this. I even wash my money in... I even wash my money in hot disinfectant. Huh. Money? God, when was the last time you used money? That's another thing. And not an entirely positive development either. I mean, things that were going to perhaps take 10 or 20 years have changed in, relatively speaking, just a moment. And money... The diminution of money in our lives, actual cash, is one of them. The cashless society is here. They were trying to bring that in relatively stealthily, but now we have actually embraced it. And I think that we will miss it when it's gone. Money. It's a hit. Don't give me that do-goody-good.
Rock and roll!
Gaff texts. I attended a speed awareness course via Zoom. It was great, a 4-hour course, and it was cut down to an hour. It works. Really? That seems like getting off lightly. I was flashed by... I assumed it was me, because I didn't see any other car going through. By a gantry on the M25. Pretty much every gantry on the M25 has got one of those signs that say that there are speed cameras. Not all of them actually have them, but you can't tell until you've gone through it. And I was doing 70 miles an hour because I'm a good boy, I am. I'd set the... Well, to be perfectly honest, I'd set the cruise control. Oh, have you got cruise control? It is the best thing ever. You just set cruise control and then you can take a nap. And so I set it at 72 miles an hour because I know from experience that the car overestimates how fast it's going. I think deliberately so that it protects you from being caught speeding. Because every time you pass one of those signs that tells you how fast you're going, and then either gives you a smiley face or a frowny face, depending on the speed that you're doing. And I always get a smiley face, naturally. The speed that it shows that you're doing is always slower than what my speedo says. So I'm fairly confident that if I put it at 72, I'm actually doing 68. But I got flashed. Now, I haven't received the notice yet, but if I do, I'll be sore upset. What's the name of that bloke who makes traffic tickets magically disappear? You know, the Mr. Magic speeding ticket bloke. Get him on the phone right now. Put him on hold. You know, as long as he's free. Lewis texts, I wonder what will... Oh, no, I read that. Andy texts... Oh, well, I read out her text, but I didn't say anything about it. Eggs. Apparently, you're not supposed to wash eggs. Even though they seem like the sort of thing that you would want to wash, being as how they come out of a chicken's bottom.
Disgusting.
But I've tried to wash the cartons that they come in, which is a big mistake, huge, because they just fall apart, being as how they're made of paper. So I was taking them out individually and washing them, you know, giving them a scrub and then putting them in a bowl and sticking that in the fridge. And somebody called me up last week with the bad news. Warning! Yeah, don't wash eggs. Apparently there's something about that you shouldn't do it. It breaks the... I don't know. Something about the shell, and if you wash an egg, then stuff can get through the shell that you don't want in there. And I don't know. Look it up. The internet probably knows. Andy texts, you shouldn't wash chickens either. Yeah, that's right. Don't wash anything that comes out of a chicken or the actual chicken itself. Just stick it in the oven. Or leave it alone. Poor little chook. Billions and billions of chickens we eat. We execute them on a yearly basis. Isn't that awful? I think that, you know, I was a vegetarian for, well, okay, a pescatarian. For 20 years. I've done my time. But it does occur to me that a lot of what is ailing the world at the moment, not necessarily just the virus, but, you know, the pollution and the amount of water it takes to you know, make meat. All of the things that, not all of them, but a lot of the things that are ailing the world now is our obsession with eating meat. Why can't we just eat vegetables? We should all become vegetabilists. Groovy. Not veganists necessarily, but we should eat more vegetables, eat less meat. I wonder if no, I can't squeeze this in. Can't squeeze a call in now. It'd be unfair. He having waited for such a long time. So I'll do you after the news, Martin. James texts, I wonder what Prince Andrew is doing right now. There is more to this, but I'll just leave that hanging in the air. Jim texts, I was watching the news. How is it football players can hug each other? Well, they just get overexcited, I suppose. This one says, been thinking. Plus, you know, it's entirely possible that they're not that bright. I think that may be true, yeah. Oh, well, you know, it's all credit to the manager, and it's all credit to the lads, and it's all credit to the fans. And it's all credit to the manager and the lads and the fans. And the fans done great, and the manager done great, and the fans done great, and the manager done great. Don't get anywhere near me, and certainly don't kiss me without my written permission. Those are the rules. Let's have a call in Wickford. Hello, Martin.
Hello.
You're
quite before the news.
You're loud. Yes?
Sorry?
Carry on.
Yeah, your colleague before the news was talking about people not keeping the rules after they've had a few drinks.
Yes.
I've just got back from the pub and I witnessed that. It was a table of half a dozen people. Some of the members of staff, I think probably the manager, was talking to them from a distance of a couple of metres.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they must have been regulars. He seemed to know them.
Yes.
And then the bloke got up from the table, came over and hugged him.
Right.
The manager looked like he didn't want this to happen. Said something to him about it, which I didn't hear. And the bloke said, no, it's all right, I haven't got the virus.
Yeah, naturally.
But, I mean, how would he know? It takes, 10 days or so from getting infected to know whether you've got it.
Of course, he could be riven with the disease. He's got no idea.
Yeah. I think that the manager was torn between sort of saying, no, keep away from me, and defending his customers.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to say.
OK, well, it sounds like you said it. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Martin. 0345 6060 973. He's reporting a crime, and someone should get punished. This is a text that says, been thinking, if we didn't have a lockdown and just wore masks, how would we have managed in pubs and restaurants? My brain hurts, he says. Well, quite easily, I would imagine. I mean, you just take the mask off when you drink and eat. Other than that, you put your mask on. Simples. Or you could strain... you could strain whatever you're drinking through your mask. You could use a straw, you just have to suck really hard. Mike emails, the Yetis collect all the hair. Oh, this is, what happens to all the hair? Because we are going to be producing a mountain of hair, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. I mean, the hair that has grown out of us over the past 3 months is like we're all auditioning to be the new Chewbacca. What is going to happen to all that hair that's going to get cut off over the next week or so? And what happens to it anyway? Because it doesn't disintegrate, does it? You can't bury it and then it all goes to dust. Because you see, people getting pulled out of tombs that have been there for 1,000 years and they've still got all their hair. They look fantastic. But anyway, it says the Yetis collect all the hair after midnight and take it up to the mountains and keep it to keep warm. Then they turn it into rugs. And at Christmas they send one. They send one to Donald Trump and Boris and other leaders. Oh, I see. Right. That kind of rug.
Oh, shut up!
Is that what that's made of, Donny? It is actually hair. It's just not his. Tony texts, Nick, are you interested in quantum physics?
No.
Yes. By which I mean no. And Andy says, don't get me wrong, a throwaway society. Oh, don't get me going, rather, about a throwaway society. It really annoys me when people just throw things away and don't bother trying to see if they can fix it. It costs more money to fix something than to buy a new one. Yeah, that is that's not by accident, that's deliberate. Like things like a toaster. You used to be able to fix a toaster. I mean, I know there is a brand of toasters that cost a stupidly huge amount of money that you can fix. Well, you can't fix it, but you could get a person to fix it for you. But most toasters, they are unfixable because they weld them shut. They don't screw them shut. So even if you wanted to, even if you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't be able to fix it. So you have to throw it away. Buy a new one, which is obviously not saving the planet. Let's have a call in Oxford. Leslie. Nope. One moment. Nope. Nope. Leslie. Oh my God. Nope. Nope. There it is. Leslie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Finally, you're here.
Yeah. So one of your callers was talking about PPE.
Yeah.
So first of all, wanted to clarify that, my husband being a healthcare assistant, they shouldn't be walking around the shops in their PPE. They should take it out before leaving, take it off before leaving the hospital.
Right.
I would think so. My second point about PPE is masks, okay? So we have what are supposed to be like COVID secure areas where like eating restaurants, eating places, and what people who should know better are doing are like putting their masks on the table, like eat off of.
Wait, so back up. Are we talking about a hospital or a restaurant?
Hospital.
Okay, so in hospital, in the staff canteen, is that what you're talking about?
Canteens, yeah. Right. Some of the nurses.
Yeah.
And doctors, they'll put the mask on the table.
Right, that's probably not a good idea.
No, and I had a couple of them having a conversation. So where do we put them then? There's nowhere to bin them or anything.
Right. bin them? Can't they put them in their pockets? Don't scrubs have pockets?
Don't know, actually, I haven't noticed, to be honest.
I thought you were... Are you not calling from a position of inside knowledge?
I've just, seen what I've seen, basically.
Well, haven't we all?
I work in a lab, we wear lab coats, we hang them up, we put them on clothes bags, we don't take them down to the canteen.
Right.
Sort of thing. Yeah.
How is life at the hospital at the moment? You busy off your feet?
Some of the urgent stuff has, tailed off, but it's beginning to pick up again. They're gradually kind of introducing things back, sort of thing.
Right, because the NHS wasn't saved exactly; it was switched off, wasn't it? It ceased to be, and it became less a health service and more a virus-fighting service.
I'd say so. Yes, the urgent work got the urgent sort of clinics. I think, we were the routine stuff got put aside, sort of thing.
Mm.
So routine clinics.
Right, so they're bringing all that back again now, are they?
Gradually.
Yeah.
Still not back to complete. It still looks like a bit of a ghost town, but maybe a little bit busier.
Yeah, because I know somebody who's works in hospital, and I thought that they were going to tell me what an absolute nightmare they'd had over the past few months, and it's there was going to be work, and they were going to be holding their head in their hands, just fearful of going back. But he said that it was like being on holiday.
There's a couple of evenings when my other half, he works in the theatres, and he's been sent home early.
Yeah.
Because it's been so quiet.
He's had to tell his staff to stop wandering around looking for things to do and just go home because there wasn't anything for them to do.
Uh-huh.
All right. Thanks a lot, Leslie. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Information coming from next door. Not sure if it's the caller. A bit of a whirring noise in the background. Yeah, it's been on for the entire period that I've been on. It's the fan above me, I think. Either that or I'm doing this show in a wind tunnel. Or I could be doing it in a mountain pass. I haven't seen any goats yet, but there may well be. Sonia says, hey, Trump struggles to say totalitarianism in a dark Independent Day speech in Mount Rushmore, at Mount Rushmore today. Can you pronounce it? Yeah, it. Ask me another one now. Here is, weirdly, on that subject, Winchester. Michael.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Nick.
Michael.
I've been given a bit of Machiavellian thought to...
what?
Thought.
Machiavellian?
Yes.
Didn't he used to play for Liverpool?
Well, it could have been the Isle of Wight for all I know. He could have been testing the, doing the test with the new. Anyway, the new.
What are you talking about?
Well, when I work out what we're meant to be doing and what we're thinking about, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'll be here on the edge of my seat.
Yeah. I reckon that Trump went to Mount Rushmore yesterday to see if he can fit himself in and have himself chiseled in as the fifth president.
I would be amazed if that thought hadn't flitted across his empty brow.
Yeah, and of course, but the problem will be the orange.
I'm pretty sure that the dust around there, that the dust that is all over the somebody should really do something about that, like a Hoover perhaps, or a vacuum cleaner of another brand maybe should maybe clean up, Because, he's all about raking forests. Has he said anything about vacuuming the desert? Because I think the dust around there is weirdly the same shade that he uses on his enormous cheeks.
But I think when he said he had sort of 80 trillion people sort of sitting in chairs waiting to see him, and everybody went with different cards, and some took them off, and some took them on, put them on, and some took them off. I think that's what it was all about.
Well, that makes perfect sense to me, if probably nobody else.
Yes, well, I knew it would make it. It doesn't make sense to me, but I just thought I'd share it with you.
Well, you have such a command of the English language. Would you like to be the Prime Minister?
Contact tracing.
You can start on Monday morning, first thing. Thanks a lot. Almost 2/3 of the British public want Boris Johnson to explore the possibility of introducing a 4-day working week after the coronavirus crisis, assuming there is such a thing as after the coronavirus crisis. They want Boris Johnson to handle that. What do you say, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
13% of people said they were strongly or somewhat opposed. 2/3 want a 4-day week. Only 13% said that they did not. People were asked, to what extent would you support or oppose the government exploring the introduction of a 4-day working week? But here's the kicker. The poll suggests that many workers would be in favour of a reduced working week, but no reduction in pay. I'm not entirely sure that that's the way it will work, but I suppose you can wish. They want to do fewer hours, but they want to maintain the amount of money that they earn. I bet if you ask people whether they would like to reduce their hours by 100%, but still receive all of their pay, you'd get a 110% agreement, which is one louder. You can't get higher than 110%. Ask any footballer. 57% of people who voted Conservative at the 2019 general election would support ministers exploring whether the change is possible. 57%. Well, that's about 3/4. Chancellor Rishi Sunak has faced calls from campaigners, economists and academics to set up a commission to examine the issue.
Oh, no.
A commission. And if he does that, then it will be the last we ever hear of it. Because that's what commissions seem to be for. Inquiries. They allow politicians to never answer questions about the subject because it would prejudice the outcome of the inquiry. The Director of Research for Autonomy, Will Stronge, if that is indeed his name, said, the research demonstrates that a shorter working week is beneficial to the environment, to our well-being and to staff performance in business. It's a multi-dividend policy, in much the same way as working from home is. These are all opportunities that we have which may just slip from our grasp if we just blindly go back to how things used to be. Let's not do that. I mean, if we can agree on anything, it's that we were living a life out of balance. Chancellor Rishi Sunak has faced calls from campaigners, economists and academics to set up a commission to examine the issue of us working a 4-day week. Why is it 5 and 2? I mean, we're lucky, I suppose, that it's not 6 and 1. The coronavirus pandemic has highlighted the inadequacies of our labour market and has hit those on low incomes in stressful key worker jobs the hardest. Yeah, isn't that always the way? Those that have more. Those that have not get nothing. A fairer post-COVID economy that benefits workers is the right thing to do, and shorter working hours with no reduction in pay should be a part of that, says the campaigner. Joe Royal, who is a campaigner with the 4-day week campaign, said the 4-day week is an idea that is gaining momentum across the world right now because people are reimagining a better future for themselves post-COVID-19. Well, it used to be that you worked every blooming day and shut up about it. And then it was you got a 1 day off a week. And I'm sure only by the good work of trades unions do we now enjoy, in inverted commas, 2 whole days off, which aren't really 2 days off because you do all of the things that you didn't have time to do on the Saturday, like going shopping, for instance, shopping for food, and, you know, whatever else you need, all the essentials in life, you know, like
booze,
for instance. And so you'd only really get 1 day off, right? A 4-day working week is a no-brainer, says Joe Ryle. Why wouldn't we want to be happier, healthier, and at the same time more productive at work? Well, it is entirely possible that we would be more productive at work with a 4-day week, and working from home, particularly. I mean, if you work in an office, if you are a business person and you work in an office, do you come in first thing in the morning and start work immediately?
No.
Of course not. You come in and you moan about somebody's been sitting at your desk, and where's your favourite coffee cup? And then you stare out the window and you make a phone call and you just look at your phone and you don't do a blind thing for at least an hour. I betcha. So let's do a 4-day working week and let's work more from home. And then the world will be a better place. But I don't think it's going to happen. Principally because you can't drop your working hours by a fifth and expect to keep earning the same amount. Unless the economy was reconstituted to work for everyone. I mean, we do have enough to go around. It's just that that's not how our economy works. Instead of this winner-takes-all mentality that we have sleepwalked into, if the economy worked for everybody, then everybody could have a happier life. Instead of just a few vanishingly small, enormously rich people who are taking everything, leading the rest of us to lead the life of a hamster on a wheel. Wouldn't it be worth buying fewer things to work less? I mean, fewer new cars, for instance. Nobody needs a new car every year or every 3 years. It's insane. Of course you don't. Nobody needs a new phone every year or even every 3 years. It's just a phone. Nobody needs to be buying all those clothes that we won't wear. If we could give up all of that, just stop this insane consumerism and exchange for that an extra day off a week with which we could relax, lie in, have a nap, watch a film, go to the pub, go to the beach, walk in a park, listen to the birds in the trees. All manner of things we could do. Wouldn't that make for a happier life? And after all, what is life about other than to maximise the HAPPY-ness? Huh? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life as we go along, rather than to store up the enjoyment in a bank? To have a great account of enjoyment that we can't actually withdraw from until a much later date. Our retirement. Yeah, don't enjoy your life now. Work until you virtually pass out. And then you will be able to enjoy your life much, much later, assuming you live that long. Wouldn't that be a better way of conducting our lives, being as how this is not a rehearsal, this is it. You know what happens when you're waiting for your life to start? Your life. But I suppose you think that makes me a communist. Lewisham, hello Barry.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Hi there. I'm
Hello
really
there.
tired of... Oh, hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I was panicking for a moment there. Are you receiving me? Over.
Yes, I am.
You are.
Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Broadsword calling Danny Boy.
Danny Boy here.
Come in, Danny Boy. Over.
Danny Boy receiving. So, I'm really tired of hearing regurgitated Labour policies from the last manifesto.
This is another one, the 4-day week.
Yeah.
I don't think they should let anyone have it because they all ridiculed it last time. So just out of spite,
oh, right.
I don't think anyone should be allowed to have it. Because when Jeremy Corbyn said it, apparently it was lunacy.
Yeah.
So let's not have it.
Well, that's an interesting concept. Anybody that voted Conservative last time around cannot have a 4-day week. The rest of us, absolutely.
We can relax. We can all live. Yeah. So, this lockdown, I tend to agree with you about the whole lockdown. Lockdown, right, is the absence of doing things to solve the situation.
Yeah.
It's what you do when you're planning to do something else, right? So that's what
right.
you do.
Yeah.
I liken it to sexually transmitted diseases, for example. Or sexually transmitted diseases.
Oh,
they exist. They really are, but they exist. Yeah, they're a fact. If you don't have sex, yes, you can avoid them. Of course, you can avoid them.
Right.
But you also tend to not have any children or enjoyment as well. So,
steady on.
Well,
I think I think it is possible to enjoy yourself without having sex. I think that is actually possible.
Yes, but it can add to the enjoyment. Yeah, we can all agree on that.
Well, it depends what you're doing. I mean, if you're enjoying yourself in the cinema, for instance, then you please, can you go 2 hours without
in the right circumstances?
Yes, exactly.
in the right circumstances, when appropriate.
Yes,
yeah, it can be enjoyable. Yeah, when appropriate. But so, if you want to continue living and having sex, then you're going to have to take precautions, which in that case is, prophylactics, etc. Right? Now, in our case, right, with coronavirus, the lockdown was it should have been a temporary measure to say, right, okay, let's just find our feet. What have we got to do? Test and trace, right? And we've got to isolate everybody. We've got to find out who's got disease, yeah, and we've got to set up an effective program. In March, I spoke to a community health worker, and I clapped him in a kebab shop because I saw him, and I was like, well done.
You clapped him? You gave him a round of applause.
I did, yeah, because I'd rather do it personally rather than do it into the air, like everybody else was doing. They were sort of clapping the air. I thought it was a bit bovine. I'd rather clap him personally and say thank you. So I did, and he was disgusted with the whole situation. He said that he would like to see what I would like to see, which is a community testing program of sufficient proportion that you could go through the community. Now, we've had many months, right, in order to put one into place. They've had one in Germany for a long time. They've had one in South Korea, Singapore. We've got the list, right? We could have just copied them, right? Any person with sense would have, in January, said, oh, we're going to need to test people, find out who's got it, so we can isolate them and do something. And I didn't realise that was the beginning of our strategy. That's what the whole test, what was it, contain? Phase 1, whatever it was. That's what we were supposed to be doing. It lasted about 15 minutes.
Yes.
I think it was about 3 days in total that they were in that phase before they had moved into the next phase, which was pretty much, I don't know. And then they moved into lockdown. They had no idea at all what they were doing, not even on a common sense basis.
There's no excuse for not having an idea, because they had detailed plans. It's not like this was a surprise. They were told that this was going to happen last year and did nothing about it.
They could have watched 12 Monkeys and just got the entire plan from there.
Exactly. The amount of films that have been that I've given the list of, I don't have it with me at the moment, but I've only got a 3-hour show, so I can't read out the entire list of films that have been about this exact scenario.
Exactly. And it starts at the airport, and it spreads from the airport because of the spread. And do you know what I mean? The simple things. So, they should have stopped people at the airport and
all of these things.
So many things.
I know. But then you look at other countries. Not everybody took the same line, and I can't get into that right now. I'll come back after the news and I'll talk about Jews. By the way, I might as well give you this now in case you're in case you're actually treading on eggshells around the concept of washing your eggs. Giles, an egg expert, tweets: eggshells are porous, so washing them washes bacteria and contamination through. If needed, they should be brushed clean when dry. So now you know. Don't wash your eggs, brush them. as silly as that sounds. Apart from Sweden, which has done things differently to most other countries and is an indicator of what we could have done and probably had a better result than we have, as far as deaths are concerned, because they've had significantly fewer deaths than we have. They've done better than us without going through all this lockdown. There's also Japan. I mean, it is good that there are some countries that did things differently. And Japan, for the year as a whole, it's possible that overall deaths in Japan will be fewer than they were last year. Everybody else's numbers have gone through the roof. Japan has had, it is entirely possible that excess deaths will be 0 this year. Or better. And weirdly, Japan has a lot of the things that you would think would make it susceptible to having a very bad outcome. They're packed together. You know how many people Tokyo's got? 37 million people packed into Tokyo. I mean, people, whenever I talk about Sweden, people will always tweet or call in and yell at me that Sweden is a very low population country, low density. And my answer to that is that, yes, well, that may be true. There might be vast tracts of it that don't have anybody living in it, like Scotland or Wales, for instance. But most people in all of those countries tend to live in towns and cities. And I'm sure that the towns and cities in Sweden are as packed as similar towns of a comparable size in this country. But Japan, 37 million people live in Tokyo, and all on top of each other, squashed in they are. And you'd think that would cause a very bad result with this coronavirus. Apparently not. And then they have not tested. They have not heeded the advice of Boris Johnson.
Contact tracing.
Yeah, they haven't done any of that. 0.27% of Japan's population has been tested. 0.27%. They also have one of the oldest populations of any country on Earth. More elderly people than any other country, Japan, which is another reason why you think they would have had a very bad result. But they haven't. In fact, they've sailed through this relatively unscathed. And neither have they had a lockdown. They didn't do that either. They suggested, very politely, as you might expect, that some people might, pretty pleased with sugar on top, stay home. But it wasn't essential. Non-essential businesses were asked to close, but there wasn't any penalty if they refused. So they didn't really have a lockdown like we did. And yes, it's possible that if things continue as they are, that this year they'll have fewer deaths than last year. How have they done it? Masks, I would suggest, is the answer to that. I mean, it could be many other things. It could be that they've had immunity because of their experience with the SARS outbreak. But that seems unlikely that it would have gone through the entire population of Japan. Was it like 100 million people in Japan? Or it could be that they are a superior being. But that seems unlikely as well. I mean, no offence to the Japanese. So their propensity to wear masks seems to be the it of it. They've been wearing masks for 100 years. They were wearing them during the flu pandemic of 1919. And they never really stopped. It's like I said before, Japanese tourists walking around London wear masks. And it always seems so weird. Why are you wearing them? And then somebody explained to me that it was politeness on their part, that if they caught a cold or they had a cough, they would wear a mask. And of course, a long flight would often give you, some sort of illness. So it just seemed polite on their part to wear a mask if they were feeling ill.
Be polite!
And that seems to be the at least one thing that we could consider. is behind Japan's positive result in this regard compared to virtually every other country in the world. They haven't done any of the things that you're supposed to do. They have all of the at-risk factors that would make a negative result likely, and yet they've done very well. A hell of a lot better than we have. And you would think that if they, like Sweden, if they haven't closed their economy, then at least their local economy would be in rude health. I mean, of course, they will be affected by a worldwide recession because we're all connected. But at least their local economy wouldn't have died, like ours is entirely likely to have done, assuming that we are about to go through what we're being told is the biggest recession, the worst recession for 300 years. All we need to achieve a better result is a time machine. But sadly, we know that no such thing has ever or will ever be invented. Nick B texts, excellent advice. Normally would have had to shell out for that cracking advice. This is no joke. Oh, my God. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
White Wolf tweets, I work 10-hour shifts 5 nights a week. A 4-day working week would be brilliant for me. I think it'd be brilliant for everybody. Let's take this opportunity for a better life. Let's just slow down and stop this mad consumerism, because that's behind, really, the life out of balance that we all are experiencing. This headlong rush to buy stuff that we don't need with money we haven't got. Let's have a call in Peterborough. Louise.
I'm Louise. Yeah, no, I'm Louisa. I live in Peterborough. Why can't we make money to make money?
What?
Well, why can't we print money to make money?
How do you make money by printing money?
Basically, can you not go to the little place where you make money and just print it?
What little place?
Well, I don't know what little place that is, but if you were, like, you know, money...
Yes.
Basically, can't you just make money? Or if you go to, like, a printer and just make loads of money, can we not do that?
Well, I think the law frowns on such a thing.
Yeah, shall we just not tell them?
That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Let's just not tell them.
Yeah, let's tell them. Hold on. No. We can't tell them.
No. Okay, I'll see you at the printer's shop. Form an orderly queue. Excellent advice. Thanks a lot, Louisa. 0345 6060 973. Our problems are solved. Chertsey. Tony.
Hi, Nick.
Tony.
Nick. Oh, I was very interested in that. I was going to start off by saying, hello here. Because everybody else is the other.
Yes.
Would that make you happier?
It would make me happier.
Oh, good. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I was very interested in the last caller's idea of making our own.
I know. Very good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Bank of England can do it, why can't we do it? I mean, there's probably
Absolutely.
no law against it, is there?
No, I don't think so. No, there shouldn't be, if there is. I remember, Nick, once you said that the Westminster was probably the best club in the world.
The House of Lords.
Well, and the Commons as well.
Not so much, because you can get...
You remember saying that?
Well, I remember saying the House of Lords was, because you can lose your job in the lower house, but in the upper house, it's yours for life.
Oh, right, yeah. Is it a club you'd like to join? That was going to be my next question.
Absolutely. Are you kidding? 300 quid a day for just showing up and going to lunch?
Yeah.
God, wouldn't that be
How
marvellous?
much is it? I thought it was 300 a day.
That's what I said.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I missed that bit. I do find that when we talk over the phone, it's nowhere near as clear as listening to the radio on beautifully clear FM.
Well, are you calling me from a mobile phone?
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason why. Mobile phones are rubbish. They haven't invented one that can make a phone call yet.
Yeah.
You can track the International Space Station and you can see what the weather is like on the other side of the world. and you can determine what your heartbeat is, but you cannot make a phone call with a mobile phone. It just doesn't work.
No, I prefer to send texts. It's much easier. You don't get misunderstood.
Yeah, you don't have to speak to anybody.
Yeah, that's right.
They did when they invented the fellow that invented texting. Thought, oh, this will never catch on, because why would anybody want to type when you could speak? And I concur with that. Why type when you can speak? But the answer is that most people don't want to talk to the person that they're talking to. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
No, not all the time.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that talk show hosts are still popular. But somebody wants to talk to you, Nick.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that you mentioned earlier.
And when they don't, I just tend to talk to myself. Even when they do, I tend to talk to myself, just going on and on and on,
well,
yakking
what
on.
you're doing now.
Yeah.
Yes, it wasn't lost on me. You use a car to get to work.
I do.
Why?
Because walking would take forever.
What about cycling?
Cycling? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
No, I couldn't cycle that far.
No, I'm not.
No, I couldn't cycle that far.
How far is it?
If it's a long way. It's plenty long enough not to cycle. Plus, I'd be cycling on roads where cars are, and that just doesn't seem like a sensible thing to do. If it was a bicycle lane all the way from here to there, then maybe, perhaps. But
you might find...
Go on.
I was going to say, you might find, if you look on an Ordnance Survey map, that there is, or something... excuse me, something similar.
God, are you all right?
Yep, I've recovered. I don't think I've got it. There is a way completely off the road, like canal towpaths, for instance. Just walkways anyway.
Yeah. No, I don't like the sound of that.
Have you looked?
No.
Have you looked?
I mean, what if it's raining? What if it's cold? What if I don't want to?
Right.
I don't want to.
Your body can accommodate temperatures as low as -30.
No, my body can't. My body can accommodate temperatures as low as 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's as low as I go.
What about if you're wrapped up?
I'd have to wear Lycra. Ugh, can you imagine?
No, Lycra's no good. That's for effect. It's not for... Well, it's for some sort of effect.
Yeah, I thought it was to stop chafing. I mean, you don't want to be chafed around your area, do you?
No, I must get a new saddle for my bike. It's very uncomfortable.
Well, there you go. Buy a car. Better.
No. Cars are the devil's work.
Although, I mean, I would get my exercise in, and it would be free. Yeah, that's a good idea. Somebody should invent a mode of transport that doesn't use petrol, that gives you good exercise and that is free. Walking?
Yeah. That does all those things you just enumerated.
Yeah. But it's not. But it's quicker than that.
Look, surely, if anything, we've learned in the recent past that it's not necessary to go anywhere quickly.
Well, unless you're in a hurry.
But why would you be in a hurry?
Well, because I'm late. I'm always late.
Are you? Oh, if you're always late, why can't you just sort of
start earlier? Yeah, I know.
No, and then wait for the world to revolve under you and then start again.
I mean, okay, if the world is actually revolving, how come when you jump up, you don't land in a different place?
Yeah, I wondered about that.
Somebody should definitely look into that, because I think we've found, and I'm very, very suspicious about that whole Earth turning thing. Tony, I'm going to have to go, but thanks. Isn't it shocking how many people in this country think that it's acceptable to drop litter? It makes me so angry, he says. Although not angry enough to confront anybody, because I don't want to get my face smashed in. Yeah, and that's why they keep dropping litter. It's a vicious circle. Correct Amundo. Yes, people need to be corrected. Dropping litter. Are you people insane? We're all living here. Stop dropping litter. Take it home with you, for crying out loud. Fraser texts, Nick, apologise. But please correct yourself and your incorrect fact about the population of Tokyo. Simple Google reveals it as 13.35 million. Simple Google. What's Simple Google? Is that like cheap Google? Is Simple Google for people who can't afford the real thing? He says Simple Google reveals the population of Tokyo as 13.35 million. Not 35 million as you have claimed. Well, I didn't claim it was 35 million. Liar. I claimed that it was 37. And I think that it's the difference between greater and the actual city limits. It's like London. London is, some people say that it's 8 million, and some people say it's like 15 million. It depends on where you draw the line. And I think the greater Tokyo population is, just off the top of my head, 37,393,128. Specifically. Keith tweets, my local post office has cling film screens my local post office has cling film screens instead of plastic sheets. Cheap and gallons of cleaner not needed. Plus, it'll remain fresh. Southampton. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
Chris.
How you doing? You all right?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I was going back to what you were talking about earlier about not necessarily needing so many things. I have a little Nokia phone that I'm ringing on now.
Right.
And I've given up my car.
How old's your Nokia phone?
Sorry?
How old is that phone that you're using?
It's probably about 10 years old.
10 years old?
I would imagine.
Wow,
so.
that's...
And I have a difficulty sometimes getting through on it. However...
Yeah.
It does me.
Right.
It's a contact. I mean, I remember years ago when I was a digger driver, and I used to have to drive a JCB around, and I would be looking for a site, and I would have to find a phone box to ring up my boss to find out the address, etc.
Phone boxes.
Now I've got this, which enables me to
does the job.
Does the job exactly. But that's it. Now we've got into the position where we have to have this. We have to have that. We have to have the latest telephone with screens and all that sort of thing. Now, I'm 60 years old, and I just feel that we've gone too fast forward, much too fast forward.
Our lives, it's like the entire human race has been hypnotized to want stuff they don't need, to buy it with money they haven't got. The way we lead our lives is completely insane.
It is, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. I mean, I have friends that have children, grandchildren, etc., and the whole life is obsessed with wanting.
Want new trainers that cost 150 quid, and they want a new phone that costs £1,000, and they want holidays, and Dad, can we have a new car? And it just never ends.
But where is this going to end? Where is this going to end? Is it going to get to the point where people will be so far in debt to get what they want that you know it's all...
Well, that's happened already. People are so far in debt. We're in debt up to our eyeballs just to keep up with this sort of this desire for things that we don't need. It is like hypnotism. It's like some sort of trick that's been pulled on all of us by essentially the banks that are loaning us the money and keeping us under permanent debt. That's the plan. Keep everybody in permanent debt so that they never pay the debt off. They're just paying off the interest. And then we are essentially an entire species of slaves.
Well, here's a quick story for you. I have an overdraft limit of £1,000. Now, I reached it the other day, and I got a letter from the bank saying that, you know, you nearly reached your overdraft.
Yeah.
Over the top.
I bet I know what's coming next.
Yeah. And now I'm in debt. And it's, you know, it's just dreadful.
That's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to tell me that the bank said we're very, very upset with you. You've gone, you've maximised your allowed debt. Now we're going to give you more. You can borrow even more.
If I think, I can't remember, but the letter said something like, if you have problems with your overdraft, then give us a call and we can up it.
Yeah.
And I think, why would you do that? Why would you do? Why would you?
Because they want you in permanent debt. That's the plan. That's the business model.
Can't get it back.
Yeah, but they don't. It's not the principal they want back. It's the interest.
Right. Yeah, no, I know you're not.
The principal, they just magic out of thin air. I mean, have you actually seen the cash? Have they given you the cash? Actual cash money? No, they just invented it. They just wrote it on a computer screen somewhere, and they poofed it as though by magic out of the air, like Harry Potter himself. It's the interest that they want to. That's the part that they're interested in. Curiously, yeah, I'm going to have to go, Chris. But thanks for the warning. And let that be a lesson to all of us.
Warning, warning.
Stop buying stuff you don't need with money you haven't got. Because that is their evil plan.
No!
Exactly.